Every small town has their fair share of local legends. They don't really travel past the borders of the town, and most certainly never end up on the internet. Ironic, considering I'm recording this now. But the locals can tell them by heart. I've heard a lot of them in my time as a truck driver, but none of them actually held any truth to them. Except for one. The story of the ghoul. I heard it when I was traveling through South Dakota. I had stopped driving for the night, as I was just too damn tired, and it was so humid out that my windshield started to fog up. I'd ended up in some tiny town called Aberage, about an hour from Custer, and 3 hours from where I needed to drop my shipment. When I say it was tiny, I mean it. There were about 15 buildings total. Most of them were houses. The remainder were a sole restaurant with a bar attached, one church, and a gas station. I didn't exactly trust the restaurant's quality, but I was starving. So, I figured that I'd at least sit at the bar and order some sliders, if they had them. The door jingled as I walked in, and a mostly empty dining room greeted me. There were 3 people total in the building, from what I saw. There was the bartender, a bald, bearded man who immediately gave me a quizzical look. The only other person at the bar was a young woman, who was drinking a labelless beer, and didn't even turn her head to look at me when I sat down. I was clearly the outlier here. I wasn't exactly welcome, and I felt it. Still, I picked up a menu and tapped the beer that I wanted. When I took my first sip, she finally spoke. "I haven't seen you before." Her voice was equal parts rough and soothing. I was startled, but I pride myself on being polite, so I turned to face her and tried to make small talk. "I'm not from around here. I'm just passing through." "I figured. What brings you in here?" "The appetite of a fucking horse, that's what. I've been on the road for 11 hours. She giggled. She wasn't bad looking, but wasn't exactly my type either, so I hoped she wouldn't confuse my jokes as flirting. "You're funny." I turned away for a moment to signal for another beer, then looked back at her. I have my moments, at least. She looked at the bartender as he passed me my second pour, and waited for him to take my order before she signaled to him. "Rico, should we do it?" He grunted and walked into the kitchen. She seemed to take that as a yes, and excitedly looked at me. "We've got a tradition around here. Everyone who drinks at the bar has to tell a story. It's nothing crazy, but we only have 23 people living here, so we're always itching to hear something new." I'm not a very interesting person, all things considered. You would think I had some crazy stories after traveling around the country. But I never really left the road long enough to see stuff like that. Still, I wanted to put on a good show, so I decided to tell them a story about the first time I saw the ocean. As I munched on my onion rings, I tried to make it as fantastical as possible, and, admittedly, embellished the details a bit. I'd never actually seen a killer whale before, But they didn't need to know that. By the looks of it, the woman was captivated with the story, and sat there the whole time with her chin in her hands and her bright eyes trained on mine. I finished spinning my tale and turned back to face the bar, placing a 20 on the counter as a tip. I was about to say goodbye when the woman halted me, with a slight smirk on her face. "You got a good speaking voice. Thanks for telling us your story. We want to tell you one too." I was dead tired, but my manners prevented me from refusing. So I smiled and signaled to her to continue. "It's the same one I tell everyone who comes through here, because it's the one that sticks with you the longest." I nearly jumped out of my chair when the bartender finally spoke. It wasn't even directed at me, but it caught me off guard. "The one about the ghoul again?" "Yes, sir. Unless you got a better idea." He remained silent. She looked at me and began her story. The ghoul was a local ghost story about something that haunted people who passed through the town. It was a long, pale figure that would only speak one word at a time. It would start haunting someone once they heard its story, and wouldn't stop until they were dead. I sat there, relatively entertained as she described the ways that the ghoul would make people go missing. But I obviously wasn't buying it. "But you want to know how you can be sure that the ghoul is after you?" "How's that?" "It makes you see stuff, man. Stuff that isn't really there. It'll make you see it, feel like it's real." To me, this story just sounded like a bad drug trip, or an excuse to get me to stay in town. I was blinking in and out of consciousness when she finally finished, and decided I'd head back to the motel before she decided that story time would continue. "Well, I'm gonna call it a night. You folks have a good one." She stopped smiling and just blankly stared at me. I got up and walked towards the door, pushing it open with my foot. "Hey, one question before you go." I sighed and turned around. I just wanted to go to bed. "Yeah, what's up?" "You can see us, right?" I wasn't sure if I'd heard her wrong, but what I'd heard was a weird-ass question indeed. Who was us? Her and the bartender? Of course I could see them. They were right there. She was starting to creep me out. Yeah. She took a sip of her drink and looked at the bartender, before turning back towards me. "Well, good night." My brow furrowed, and I walked out the door. Whatever was going on with that woman, I wanted no part of it. She'd been pretty nice up to that point too. I have no idea where all of that suddenly came from. I wasn't exactly in the mood to ponder on it further, so I began walking down the street towards the motel. As I walked, I thought about the story she told me. Why was that the story she told to people who passed through her town? Some sort of scare you into staying tactic, I guessed. Maybe. I wasn't too sure. I unlocked the door to my room, and after brushing my teeth, tucked in for the night. I woke up to a knock on the door. I rubbed my eyes and groaned. I didn't feel well rested at all. I rolled over and grabbed my phone off the bedside table, squinting as the bright light hit my eyes. It was 3 in the morning. What someone could want at this hour, I had no idea. But I wasn't about to entertain it. I put my phone back and shut my eyes, hoping that whoever it was would just go away. The second knock jolted out whatever grogginess I had left in my system. It was much louder than the last one, like someone had slapped the palm of their hand onto the door. I jumped out of the bed and laid on the floor, hoping they wouldn't try the handle. I had to get to the door and lay against it. Whatever unsavory character was trying to open it was still pounding, and I didn't have confidence that the shitty motel door would hold. I crawled on my hands and knees to the other side of the room. As my bare back pressed against the cool, scratched wood, the pounding suddenly stopped. I was horrified that I would hear the handle turn, or feel the door give out from behind me after a kick. But none of that happened. Instead, I hear shuffling from behind the door, which gave way to a single word, breaking the silence. Open. It was no louder than a whisper, but in the deafening silence, I heard it clearly. My heart sank, and I tried to process what I'd just heard. It didn't sound like anyone I knew, obviously, but it also didn't really sound either male or female. I tried my best not to move and held my breath. Please, open. Every hushed word pumped a dose of adrenaline directly into my system. Whoever was out there was either sincerely in need of help or trying to coax me to open the door so they could do God knows what. I had to stay put. If I went to grab my phone, I was afraid that the door would fly open and I'd have to face whoever it was. I sat there for what felt like hours, as I was starting to fall asleep again, much to my dismay. I heard footsteps walking away from the door. I inched away from the door as they got quieter, and was almost at the bedside table when I looked up. The bathroom door, which was open before I went to bed, was now closed. I froze, unsure of what to do. When the pounding started from the other side of that door, I shot up, grabbed my phone and keys, and sprinted towards the bedroom door. As I flung the door open, I heard heavy footsteps not far behind me, along with the familiar voice. No. It kept repeating it so calmly, following behind me. I bolted down the stairs, running through the parking lot towards my truck. As I jumped into the driver's seat, I felt something hit the floor. I didn't want to turn. I didn't want to look. But I did. Standing outside of my door was a twisted face. The eyes were the size of baseballs and were peeled open, fixed directly on me. The mouth hung open, as if the jaw couldn't close at all. It didn't have a nose, or ears, or any other features on its face. We sat, looking at each other for what was most likely seconds, but may as well have been eons, without moving its gaping mouth. It spoke. See me. By this point, I'd pieced together what was happening. and jammed the keys into the ignition. I floored it onto the road and didn't breathe until the town was nothing but a faint light in the distance. I was exhausted and could barely keep my eyes open. I yawned and slapped myself on the cheek in an attempt to wake myself up, but I could feel myself drifting off. But I was feeling something else too, a sense of dread, right in the pit of my stomach. Taking my eyes off the road, I cautiously turned my head to the left. It was still there. Its head was directly centered in my window now, smiling at me. I swallowed the urge to scream and looked back at the road. It couldn't get in and couldn't affect me if I didn't look at it. But what it could do was talk. In its low, haunting voice, punctuated with guttural growling. "You see me." It repeated that for hours. I'd almost forgotten what silence was like by the time the sun rose. As the dawn broke and the light began to fill my eyes once again, it went quiet, and only the sound of my tires traversing the bumpy road remained. I looked to the left and saw the trees through my window. Nothing was blocking it anymore. I arrived in Dupree shortly after, and didn't even help the factory workers unload the shipment. I just sat in the driver's seat, smoking a cigarette and thinking to myself. When someone knocked on my window, I nearly had a heart attack. It was the factory supervisor, who called to sign off on the product. "Are you doing okay? A couple of my guys said you didn't look so hot." I cleared my throat and put my cigarette out in the ashtray. I looked over at him and managed to smile. Yeah, I'm alright. A long night though. Barely got any sleep. Had to leave at 3 a.m. 3 in the morning? Huh. How far away were you that you just now got here? I opened the door and stepped out onto the gravel, holding my clipboard. It felt good to make small talk after what I'd been through. I was up in Aberage. Odd little town, for sure. Aberage? I've never even heard of it. I looked at him, expecting him to be kidding me. His brow was furrowed, and he looked concerned for me, if anything. I pulled out my phone and showed him my delivery tracking app, which had marked where I'd stopped for the night. "It's right about here." He looked away from the phone and back at me, with serious concern on his face now. "I've been hunting out there. There's nothing there but woods for miles." I woke in the middle of the night to find my boyfriend sitting on the end of our bed, staring into the dark corner of our bedroom. I called out to him groggily, "Jack?" He didn't respond. "Jack?" I called again. He was still and completely silent. I moved to the end of the bed and looked at him. The look on his face froze my blood. It's as though he wasn't there. His eyes were wide open. His pupils were like dinner plates, as he stared endlessly at the dark corner of our room. Needless to say, nothing like this had happened before. Jack wasn't a sleepwalker. He usually slept through the night just fine. No tossing or turning, or even grinding his teeth. He was gripping his knees with both hands. I reached out gently and put my hand on his. I swept his hair out of his eyes and softly said, "Jack, let's go back to bed." I wasn't trying to wake him. They say you're not supposed to wake a sleepwalker. I was trying to guide him back under the covers. But suddenly, he snapped out of it, and the life came back into his eyes, and he looked at me. "Haley?" He was clearly confused. "I woke up and found you sitting here on the end of the bed. You looked completely out of it," I said. "Damn. Really? That's creepy." He blinked a lot and looked around the room. "Let's go back to bed," I said, and we did. We got up a couple hours later, around 5 a.m. Jack was working crazy hours. He would go in at 6 and work 12 to 16 hours before dragging himself back home. We assumed that was the reason for his strange behavior, so we made a plan to get to bed earlier. He got home around 9 p.m. and went immediately to bed. I joined him a couple hours later. I slid under the covers, he turned over and put his arm around me, and I was out. I woke up with a start this time. Again, Jack was sitting on the end of the bed, staring into the corner. "Jack!" I hissed at him. I'll admit, this time I was not in the mood. It's selfish, I know, but I just wanted to sleep. I managed to pull myself out of bed. I sat down next to him. Again, his eyes were fixed on the dark, far corner of our bedroom. I grabbed his knee and gently shook it. "Jack, we have to get back to..." Then Jack said something. "What? I leaned in closer to him, fully awake now, chills going up my arm. "What did you say, Jack?" "It's... what? Is what? I was ready to give up and pull him back to bed, rather than sit up and try to translate gibberish. But then he raised his hand. He extended his index finger and pointed it into the dark corner, and he whispered, "He's watching us." A shock of fear ran through my body like lightning. I slowly turned from Jack to the corner where he pointed. I stared into the darkness, but saw nothing. What did I expect to see? A ghost? Then I jumped up and moved to the side of the bed and snapped on the lamp on the side table. I looked over at the corner of the room one more time to be sure. There was nothing there. "Did it happen again?" Jack was looking at me, blinking his eyes rapidly with a kind of anguish on his face. I remember it this time. I sat next to him on the bed. I could see the bedroom, but I couldn't move. Sleep paralysis, I said. He nodded. It was as if something was forcing me to stare into the corner. I was just staring into the darkness until I began to see something emerging from the wall. He looked terrified. It was a nightmare, I said. I started rubbing his back. I felt like I was conjuring something, he added. A nightmare, I repeated. Come on, let's go back to bed. It was Jack's alarm on his phone. It was 5 a.m. and time for him to get ready to go to work. Even on a Saturday. Fuck, Jack groaned. I'll start the coffee, I said as I made my way down the hall. I decided not to tell Jack what he was saying in the night. He's watching us. It was probably nothing anyway. Just a nightmare. I handed Jack his travel mug of black coffee, gave him a kiss, and watched him step out of the door into the still dark morning. I had the day off from work. After some coffee and reading, it was time to get the house in order. I started in the bedroom. I was making the bed when I got a feeling I couldn't shake. It felt like I was being watched. I looked over at the corner of the room and almost screamed. On the corner walls of the room was what looked like the silhouette of a man. It was an outline of a full body. There was clearly a head, shoulders, and a torso cast onto the corner of the room. I watched the figure for a second, and something seemed off about it, apart from the obvious strangeness of its presence in general. The figure did not seem like a shadow, but more like an image imprinted on the wall. I slowly walked over to the corner and placed my hand on the wall. I don't know why. When I pulled my hand away, it was covered in a dark dust. I looked closely at the dark image, then I wiped my rag across it. The dust came away onto the rag and powdered into the air. It looked like ash. I wet the rag and wiped the rest of the shadow figure off the wall. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't you just leave the house? Well, the short answer is, we did. I spent that whole day alone in the house. I spent the whole day thinking about those words that Jack had said in the night. He's watching us. Then I spent the whole day thinking about that ashen shadow figure on the wall. Then I booked us a hotel room. Jack arrived home at about 9 p.m, and I already had everything packed. What's going on? Jack asked. I got us a room at the Skyview for the night. He dropped his backpack on the floor. Did something happen? No, I just thought a change of scenery might help you sleep through the night. I don't know. I'm pretty tired already. I was already rolling the suitcase out the front door. The room is already booked and paid for. I'll drive. I called back to him. I woke up hours later in a king-sized hotel bed. The TV was still on and flickering in the corner of the room. Through my bleary vision, I could see the digital clock on the side table, which read 3 a.m. I shot up and reached over to the other side of the bed. I felt Jack. Thank God. I settled into him and closed my eyes. Then I felt Jack's head turn toward me. He made a sound. "What?" I whispered. What I heard next made my blood run cold. "He's watching us." I shot up and looked around the room, and then I saw it. The TV in the corner was now showing nothing but static. Somehow, something about it looked off, as if the little static particles were behaving in coordinated patterns of movement. Then I saw it. Within the static, I could see the dark figure of a head and shoulders. It looked just like the shadow figure that appeared in our bedroom. I could barely make out any of the features, but from the outline of the figure, I could tell it was smiling. He was watching us, and he was smiling. "Jack, wake up." Jack didn't move. I kept my eyes locked on the shadowy thing on the TV screen. "Jack, wake up!" I shouted this time and shook his arm. "Jack!" He didn't even stir. I remembered the TV remote was on the side table. I slowly reached over, keeping my eyes on the man in the static all the while. I felt the remote with the tip of my fingers. I gripped it and quickly mashed the power button. The screen went dark, and so did my vision. My eyes flicked around the pitch-black darkness. My vision adjusted, and all I saw was the shadowy hotel room. I turned to wake Jack, and my heart nearly stopped. Jack wasn't there. He wasn't in bed. Then I saw him. Jack was standing in front of the TV in the corner of the room. Even in the near-complete darkness, I could see his unblinking, bloodshot eyes staring right at me. A dead smile was plastered on his face. "Jack? Jack, wake up!" I squeaked. He slowly moved across the room. It looked as though his body wasn't working correctly. He moved like a marionette, twitching and lurching across the room towards me. I looked around for some form of weapon. I chose the telephone on the side table. I pulled the cord from the receiver and held it up like a club. "Don't come any closer, Jack." His rigor mortis smile continued its slow movement towards me in the darkness. Suddenly, he was only 2 steps away. I stepped forward and swung the phone, connecting hard with the side of his head. I know that the thing I just hit with the phone was not Jack. Not really. But I could feel that my Jack was still in there, somewhere. Jack was the love of my life. When I hit him, I couldn't help feeling regret. After I hit him, I hesitated. Not for long, but long enough for him to turn back towards me and reach a hand for my throat. I backed away at the last second and bolted for the door. It was too late. He caught me by the arm. The last thing I remember was my scream being choked out by a hand, gripping my throat and squeezing hard. I woke up in our bedroom. I was on my knees, bound with duct tape around my ankles, wrists and mouth. In front of me was Jack. He was kneeling, facing the dark corner of our bedroom. His head was flung back, and he was rapidly whispering something. It looked as though he was in prayer, or some kind of religious fervor. Then I saw it. The dark shadows in the corner of the bedroom seemed to darken even more. A shape emerged. A head, then shoulders and arms. At first, the shape appeared as a silhouette. Then it seemed to emerge from the wall and take a solid form. Her face was coming through our bedroom wall, and it was darker than dark, and smiling a horrible smile. The same smile I saw plastered across Jack's face. Jack's whispering became more urgent. He spread his arms out to either side. The dark thing opened its eyes. They were pitch black. Its arms emerged from the wall. They were long, and its hands extended out into narrow, endless fingers. It reached out and put its hand around Jack's throat. I tried again to scream. The thing's hands moved up and gripped Jack's head. Then with one quick motion, snapped his head around completely. I'll never forget the look on Jack's face. He was smiling. I screamed and cried. The dark thing pulled Jack into the corner of the room, and somehow pulled him through the wall. Jack's body was gone, and I was left alone in the bedroom, screaming through the duct tape on my mouth. I toppled onto my side and screamed until my voice box shattered, and then I kept screaming. I slammed my knees into the ground, making as much noise as possible. I don't know how long it was before the police eventually showed up. They asked me what happened. I couldn't speak after screaming for hours, so I had to write it all down on one of their notepads. I told them what I am now telling you. They didn't say as much, but they clearly didn't believe me. Jack's fingerprints were on the duct tape that I was bound with, and technically, he is the one that did that, attacked and restrained me. My claim that he was under some kind of supernatural possession just read as a defense mechanism against the domestic abuse that they believed I had suffered. Every so often, an officer checks in with me to see if I know where Jack is, or if I've heard from him. They believe he's out on the lam somewhere. I'm living with my family now. I sleep with all the lights on if I'm lucky enough to sleep at all. Recently, however, there's been power outages in the neighborhood. This never happened until I started living with them. I don't know why that thing took Jack and didn't take me. I can only assume that one of these nights it will come back for me. At first, I thought it was fun. We lived in an RV. It was like an endless vacation. One week we were in LA, the next we were in Salt Lake City. We didn't know much about our lives before this. We knew we were born in Portland, and that we could never stop moving. We always knew we were a special family. I guess we didn't know how special we were. My parents tried so hard to have kids and almost lost hope. That's why my twin sister and I were so special to them. Their little miracles. It was annoying, but at least we knew we meant something to them. Amelia and I were fairly close, as far as siblings go. We were kind of each other's only friends, since we were homeschooled. We felt pretty isolated. We never set up camp anywhere fun. No KOA campgrounds with ice cream shops and swimming pools. Always driving off-road and living deep in the woods. I guess it was peaceful, in a way. But anyone who grew up near the woods understands it's not something you mess with. The first time I really personally realized something was up was just before our 7th birthday, when we were staying in a place in BC called Kamloops. We weren't supposed to sneak out or leave Mum and Dad's sight, but at the time, we were mischievous 6-year-olds with a huge unexplored forest in front of us. What do you expect? We waited until they fell asleep for the night and snuck out of the RV through the window, which was easy because the window was just a sheet of plastic held together by a zipper. And we set off, with nothing but a shitty lantern to illuminate the path in front of us. It wasn't long before we saw something strange. A glow. Not from our lantern. It was coming from in front of us. It didn't take long for us to see who or what was in front of us. It was a lady, holding a small, homemade torch. But she didn't look much like a lady. Her hair was matted and fallen out in some places. Her skin was almost blue and looked rotted. Her teeth were yellow and a few were missing. And I thought you could even see a part of her jaw. She was wearing a dirty hospital gown. I didn't know where the nearest hospital was, but it had to be pretty damn far. Because the last time I remember driving anywhere with a paved road had to be 3 hours before we set up our camp here. Amelia and I were frozen in fear, and for the first time since we had mutually decided affection towards siblings was lame, I reached for her hand. That thing reached out its bony arm to us. It moaned something almost indecipherable, like "Mabomba." That was enough to snap me out of it, and I sprinted away, dragging Amelia behind me. By some miracle, we made it back to the RV, and by some other miracle, got back in without waking our parents. We didn't get much sleep, and were far too shaken up to even say good morning to our parents, let alone tell them what happened. Would they even have believed us if we told them? Well, after what happened next, I guess they would have to. When we opened the door to the RV, we saw that the remains of what we had left out overnight, a campfire reduced to ashes, the sticks covered in charcoal Amelia and I had used to draw on the rocks, and a makeshift table with a few cans of beans, had been utterly destroyed. It wasn't too out of the ordinary to have our camp ravished by animals. We lived in the woods after all. But this was something no animal could do. This looked set up, like whatever did it had a plan. What we saw written on the back of the RV confirmed this belief. In the charcoal sticks, someone had written, "You can't run forever," on our trailer. Mum made us breakfast while Dad cleaned up the mess. We left shortly after that and drove for hours, not even stopping for quick washroom breaks. Mum and Dad spoke in hushed whispers as Dad drove. I wish I knew what they had been talking about. That night, I guess because Mum and Dad could see we were shaken up, they took us for a rare treat. A dinner at a real restaurant. A shitty diner, but a restaurant nonetheless. It was empty there, which was why my parents liked it, as they hated crowds. I was over the moon. A root beer float and a greasy cheeseburger was anything a 6-year-old boy could dream of. Which was why I was so upset when Mum and Dad made us leave the second someone else came in. It was just an old trucker. I didn't get the big deal. While we were in the RV, Amelia asked why we had to leave while I sulked in my bunk, a glorified shelf. Mum sighed. I suppose you two are almost 7. That's old enough to know. Well, Zachary, Amelia, the reason we had to leave is because we're scared of losing you. Do you remember what happened when you were 4? I had no idea. My memory was never good. But Amelia claimed to remember. We were in Beaverton, not too far from Portland. She said that when we were 4, we were running around in a field, when a man in camouflage and big boots came up to us and bent down to our level. We're not supposed to talk to strangers, Amelia said. She was always a goody two-shoes. I'm John, and now we're not strangers. What are your names? I'm Zach, and that's my sister Amelia. We're 4, and our birthday is July 26th, 2002. I had apparently said. But I bet Amelia just said that to make me look worse. That's when he stopped smiling. He roughly took our hands and started to lead us away. Let's go somewhere fun, Zach and Amelia. I need to take you someplace else. My mum got teary. That's right. If your dad and I hadn't caught you just before you left, we probably would have never seen you again. I took you to someplace safe. And your dad? Well, your dad... I shot that son of a bitch. In the leg. Hope he had fun crawling back to his house. He said coldly. Amelia and I shot each other glances. Okay, Dad. I'm going to go to sleep now, she said, climbing over me to get to her bunk. That night, we stopped somewhere for the night. I forget where. Probably near the interior of BC, or maybe Alberta. I looked out the little plastic window, and I saw her. I saw that fucking lady again. She was staring at me and Amelia in our bunk beds, reaching out for us with that same long, bony hand. I rolled over and tried to sleep, but couldn't, knowing she was there. Life continued on like that for a while. Anywhere we'd stop, she'd be there. Washington? There she was. Nevada? You bet your ass. Montana? Better believe it. Amelia and I didn't really explore much anymore, partially because we were getting older and gradually showing less interest in that sort of thing, but partially because that experience in Kamloops traumatized us both. That didn't stop the lady from trying to get us. Sometimes we'd catch a glimpse of her on the highway as we drove by. Sometimes she'd appear right where the fire of our campsite stopped illuminating, so we could barely see her. On the rare occasion we went into public to get supplies or food, I could have sworn I caught a glimpse of her in the crowd. Wherever she was around, I always heard that damn cry of hers. Mo boo boo. After a while, she stopped scaring me. Well, as much. Everything finally made sense. The day before Amelia and I turned 14. Mum and Dad had left the RV and gave us two a rare couple of hours of freedom as they gathered things for our birthday. We weren't parked ridiculously far from civilization, but I'd say a good hour's worth of walking. We weren't that scared. We had lived in the woods long enough to know as long as you didn't bother the forest, it wouldn't bother you. And the lady in the hospital gown was honestly more of an annoyance than anything else. I'd even go so far to say we had almost forgotten about her. I was reading, and Amelia was rummaging around the RV for food. I was getting immersed in my book when Amelia shouted out, "Zach, come check this out." I rolled my eyes. What could it be? We have lived in this tiny RV for almost 14 years. I knew it like the back of my hand. There was absolutely no nook or cranny I didn't know about. I guess I was wrong. There, under the driver's seat cushion, Amelia had pulled out, for some reason, a box. It was small and a bit squished from all the years of my dad's arse sitting on it, but we could still tell what it was. Amelia excitedly reached to open it. Inside were papers. Forget about it, Amelia. It's probably just boring documents for work, I said, but the look of confusion to horror on my sister's face was enough to change my mind. They were documents, but not for work. Birth documents. For us. But the stated parents weren't ours. I was apparently Zachary Jr., but nobody in my family was named Zachary. I looked at the father's name. Zachary. The mother was someone named Emily. Maybe we were adopted, I suggested. Amelia reached in and pulled out another sheet of paper. She shook her head and held out the next one for me with a shaky hand. Infants missing from Portland Hospital, July 27th, 2002. Twins Zachary Christopher Clark Jr. and Amelia Emily Clark. Ongoing search. Anyone with information is to report it to the police immediately. Clark. Christopher. Those weren't our names. Our last name was Brown, and our parents certainly weren't Zachary and Emily. They were Jenny and Kevin. I had a feeling things were going to get worse. I was right. as Amelia pulled out the third and second to last paper. Portland mother of two murdered in hospital. Emily Clark, 27, had recently given birth to twins, now missing. When she was smothered to death in her own hospital bed. Police drawing of suspects. We looked at the police drawing. It was obviously not a complete match, but they were basically the only other two faces we had seen our entire lives. Mum and Dad. CCTV footage shows the two suspects leaving the hospital through a back door with the two infants. Search is ongoing. If spotted, do not approach these individuals. Alert the authorities immediately. We were silent as Amelia shakily grabbed the last piece of paper. This was from 2006. We were 4. After an Oregon man allegedly spotted the missing kids and was attacked by the perpetrators, a glimpse of hope is seen in this 4-year-long cold case. Father and husband of the victims, Zachary Clark, shares this message. To my babies, I have no idea where you two are, but I will never let go of hope that one day I will see your beautiful faces again. You may not even know who I am, but that doesn't change anything. Until we meet again, Daddy loves you. We couldn't even say anything. What do you even say to that? We just stood there in silence for a while. Then, we heard a banging on the RV. We jumped and looked outside. It was the lady in the hospital gown, closer than ever. We could see her bluish-grey skin. We could see her hazel eyes. They kind of looked like Amelia's. Ma-ba-ba, she moaned, reaching out for us again. I looked down to the newspaper clipping. It had a picture of the victim on it. I held it up to the window where she was staring at us. Ma-ba-ba, she said again. Ma-ba-ba. My baby. All this time, she had just wanted her babies. Amelia stepped out of the RV. I was scared at first, but this day couldn't get any crazier, so I followed. Mama? She asked, tears in her eyes. Ba, she said, reaching her bony hand out once again. But she didn't run. She let her touch her face as she gently rubbed her hand across her cheek. She did the same to me, but then pointed in the direction of the nearest town. Go, she said. Go? Why? Amelia asked. Da. Our mother croaked. Dad? Zachary Sr., was he still alive? After all this time? We have 2 hours until Mum and Dad... Amelia cut herself off. They get back. Let's go. Quick. Although we really didn't have any idea how to get to the town, we somehow knew. Like someone was guiding us. We burst into the sheriff's office, probably looking awful. First came the questioning, then the DNA testing. Then they looked for our parents. Then they arrested my parents. Then the news stories, and the interviews. Then we were flown out in a plane, my first plane ever, to Portland to meet our dad. We were quite the story. They called my parents the wretches of the woods. They thought of them as evil witches who stole us and hid us deep in the woods. I guess they were right, in a way. It was weird seeing them behind bars, serving life sentences. Because, after all, they raised us for nearly 14 years. But that's where they'll stay. No running, no hiding. There's nowhere to hide in a cell. He burst into tears when he saw us. We didn't. It was weird. He was my dad and all. But was he? I mean, I guess I met him when I was like a few hours old. But I just couldn't connect to him. It took a while, but we slowly got used to our new lives. In a house with a bed and our own rooms. Not running from everything or living in the woods. It was peaceful. Although, most of the time I ended up sneaking into Amelia's room. Because after all this time, I still couldn't be alone. One time, I got a knock on our window. We both woke up and saw the lady in the hospital gown outside. But she looked happier, less rotten, like she was complete again. "Mama?" I asked. Could she stay? Could I live with the family I craved? Like she read my mind. She shook her head. "I have to go, my babies," she said, reaching her hand out to us through the window as she slowly disappeared into the night. We never saw her again after that, but we always knew she was watching us. But this time, we wouldn't run. Sometimes, I feel like I was destined to be the bad kid. My dad walked out on my mum and I before I could walk, and I remember being angry and confused about it, since the moment I could form a thought. To make things worse, my parents decided to name me Deirdre, which is maybe the most skinhead-sounding name you can have. Pair that with some hand-me-down Cochranes and a jean jacket, and you've got yourself a certified red flag. All of this is to say that I was a serious piece of shit kid. I started stealing my mum's cigarettes at 11. I had my first fight at 12, and I probably would have been arrested at 13 if I didn't pin that break-in on my buddy Julian. Mum put up with me the best she could, until I hiked a Dos Equis bottle through the passenger side window of my principal's Chevy, and got my second expulsion. It was at this moment that Mum decided serious measures had to be taken, before her stupid teen son wound up with an adult-sized rap sheet. Her solution? Moving from our little apartment in Cheektowaga all the way to a decrepit crypt just outside of Baltimore. The house had 3 bedrooms, creaking wooden floors, and was way out of Mum's price range. But, thankfully, that didn't matter, because she had just inherited the place. The house belonged to my grandmother, who I must have met maybe once or twice as a little kid. I have a very distinct memory of telling her she was a swear word because she wouldn't put peanut butter on my bananas. Whatever the reason that drove Grandma away from our little family, it wasn't enough to take us out of the will. Even though the house and its inhabitants of dumb pretties, as she called them, was the only thing on it. Mum thought that taking me from one small town to another would be a fresh start. Truth be told, I didn't really care. I didn't have any real friends left back home, and I was already bored of my latest girlfriend, who was some dumb freshman I had no business seeing in the first place. I was 16, and already decided the world was shit, so I didn't give a rat's arse which part of it I ended up in. I spent my first afternoon in the house scuffing up the floors, kicking holes in the walls, and carving my name into wood that was older than me. Pointless destruction is only entertaining for so long. So, after a while, I found myself exploring the grounds. I kicked around the weeds in the backyard. I found which of the bathrooms had an actual working toilet. I narrowly stepped on an exposed nail at the top of the staircase. Then, I found the third bedroom, the one neither my mother nor I would be sleeping in. This room was full of all of Grandma's dumb pretties, her name for the eclectic collection of shit she gathered in her 80-something years of life. To a respectless teen, there could not be a room full of any uglier, useless doodads in the world. And yet, I found myself morbidly curious about each and every one of them. There was a clay figurine of a miner, which gave me a good laugh when I twisted his head off and realized his neck was cork. There were a lot of clocks, none of which ran anymore, a folded flag, a bunch of little porcelain babies. But above all else, there were dolls. Little, ugly sackcloth dolls with dead painted expressions. It was all weird, but nothing really surprised me. That is, until I got to the back of the room. I almost hadn't noticed it, but tucked away in a back corner, sitting under a dust-filled beam of light, was a white sheet, draped over what I assumed was a chair. When you make a habit of stealing stuff, you start to look at things a little bit differently than most people. My first thought here was, what could be so valuable that it was the only thing in the room worth protecting from all the dust? I didn't even care what it was, but knowing it was worth something to someone once was enough to pique my curiosity, and, without hesitation, I pulled the sheet off. It was another doll. This doll, however, was different from all the rest. It was a woman, and would be tall as one if it stood up, probably standing at least 5'4", or maybe taller. Her body was built more like a puppet than a doll, with ball joints at the wrists and elbows and shoulders, anywhere a person's arms or legs would bend. The doll's silhouette was almost perfect, if not for her arms and legs feeling a bit too long and lanky, and the paint that would be her skin was starting to chip and peel to reveal the wood beneath. That is, everywhere except for her face. My God, her face. I still have trouble describing it now. It was perfect. made of porcelain or something like that, much finer than wood. If you weren't looking close enough, you'd swear it was the face of a real girl. A young black woman, to be precise, probably my age or a bit older, with long, curly, real hair falling over her face. And that face was flawless. Not like the rest of its body, with not even a chip in the paint to break the illusion. I remember reaching my hand out to touch it, but stopping, completely wigged out by the thing. She didn't even have minor imperfections you might find on an actual person's face. She looked like one of those Renaissance statues, unbelievably lifelike, to the point of being better than reality. Her cheekbones were perfectly carved or molded onto whatever material the face was made of. Her nose had little nostrils, and her lips even parted ever so slightly into what was almost a smirk. The only thing that broke the illusion were her striking, golden, glass eyes, which stared perfectly forward, lacking in that look of life that real people had. My trance was interrupted by the sound of my mum entering the room behind me. "Dietrich, I swear to God if you keep kicking holes in my walls." She saw what I had found and her face instantly broke into a pout. Her eyes were immediately trained on the doll, and I quickly moved my hand away from it. "What is this thing?" I asked. I didn't have to specify what. "Her name is Calliope," Mum responded. She had a scolding kind of tone, probably hoping I would show more respect to my late grandmother's things. "Your grandmother bought her at a carnival in France when she was about your age. She said she was made by some famous doll maker, and that she had always wanted one of his dolls ever since she was a little girl." "Neat," I said, a bit disinterested now that I had more context. "Yeah. Your father liked her too." It was my turn to pout now. Mum had broken the no dad talk rule, and then had simply walked out of the room with nothing more than a "dinner's at 8." I looked back at the doll. I was now convinced she was nothing more than just that. Some fancy doll bought from a creepy doll maker in France, the homeland of creepy weirdos. My frown deepened a bit as I realized exactly what I was thinking. Did I actually believe she was more than that? It was almost a month later before I thought about Calliope again. I had spent the night drinking with a couple of guys and this girl Veronica from my class. It was a pretty uneventful night, but I still remember stealing a couple of six-packs from this guy Kevin's dad, and that I thought I had a chance of getting with Veronica if the cops hadn't shown up. The rest of it is more or less a blur, up until I hopped the fence into my own backyard. It was late by this point, probably past midnight. I had cut through a few neighbors' backyards to be sure that I had lost the cops, but I also didn't want to go through the front door in case Mum was there waiting to lecture me. I fell on my arse coming over the fence, and as I kicked through the weeds and tall grass, I realized I hadn't really been back there yet. It wasn't too hard to find my way around, though, thanks to a big, bright full moon in the sky. As I stumbled towards the house, I remember my leg getting caught in some tall weed, which was strong enough to wrap around my ankle and stop me for a second. As I knelt down to tug myself free, I noticed a weird white patch in the middle of the yard, reflecting the moonlight. I ran my fingers over it and realized it was concrete. A rectangle foundation, about 4 feet long, with an uneven surface. I figured there must have been a shed there at some point, got my leg free, and went inside. I climbed through the kitchen window and up the staircase towards my bedroom. I thought all of my stealthiness was for nothing when I kicked something in the hallway just outside of my mum's room. She didn't seem to wake up, and I cursed under my breath, and carefully made my way past several obstacles in the pitch-black hallway I remember being empty when I left for school that morning. When I got to my room, I went straight to bed, not even taking my shoes off. It wasn't long before I started getting this weird feeling, like I was being watched by someone else in the room. I glanced around, and even though it was dark, I was pretty sure nobody was there. I would have seen them, right? Some silhouette of a person, or I would have heard them breathing, or moving, or something. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling, and found myself glancing at a corner of the room just by my dresser. Even when I fell asleep, I would wake up several more times in the night, and look back over at the same spot, sure that someone was there, watching me. The next morning, I knew why. When I saw Calliope slumped over in a chair in that very same corner of my room. I marched through the hallway, now tightly packed with boxes of Grandma's doodads, straight to Mum, and asked her why that fucking creepy doll was in my room. She rolled her eyes. I need space in that bedroom for my home office, and it sure as hell isn't going in my room, or out in the living room to creep out the guests. I didn't listen, and dragged the doll out into the hallway before going right back to sleep. When I woke up later, she was back in my room, so I dragged her back out again. This cycle repeated for a few days, until eventually I just had to live with the fact that I was always going to wake up to that doll staring at me. I sat there one morning, just staring into her cold, motionless eyes. They were so shiny and perfect, even after all this time, that I could see my own reflection in them. Grandma's weird-ass doll was becoming more than a creepy, unwanted presence in my life. She was becoming an intrusive mockery of my defiance. That night, I decided I needed to get rid of her. I grabbed the doll's arm and dragged her out into the living room. I wasn't just getting rid of the problem. Now I was making a point to Mum, showing her why I wasn't to be fucked with. I laid the doll's head against the bricks of the fireplace and stomped my boots down on her jaw. Instantly, I felt strange, watching that perfect, lifelike face shatter like glass. My dramatic execution felt, for a moment, like it had been a real victim. But then, seeing the portions of her human face split into uneven pieces was like an uncanny reminder of just how good this inanimate thing was at mimicking life. I now know that in that moment, her little glass eye was staring back up at me. I left the shattered doll and went to sleep. When I woke up, she was back in her chair, as intact as the day I found her. I was quiet at breakfast that morning. I remember I couldn't touch my food and couldn't bring myself to make eye contact with my mother. I didn't say a word when she said, "I'm glad you stopped being stubborn about that doll." I would have thought a boy of your age would be thrilled to have a girl in his room." She laughed. I didn't tell her about Calliope. I never believed in the supernatural, but I immediately knew something was wrong with that doll. I'm not ashamed to admit that I was scared shitless, and I was afraid of what might happen if I went to my room. And I was afraid of what might happen if I went to my mum about the doll. Not that she would even believe me. I made it a rule not to bother Calliope. I wouldn't even touch the doll again, which also made my room a place of never-ending tension. I hated when I had to go in there, and started to sleep on the couch in the living room, or at a friend's house. When eventually I had no choice but to sleep in my own bed again, I would spend hours every night laying awake, staring at the doll, knowing that the moment I looked away, she would get her revenge. Time went on, and the revenge never came. Slowly, I stopped being afraid of Calliope, but I still stared at her. It became less of a defense mechanism and more admiration. I admired the doll for her beauty, how still and perfect her face was, how striking her yellow eyes were behind the sheen of glass. Before long, Calliope was becoming all I could think about. I'd drift off during class, thinking about her eyes. I'd call girls by her name by complete accident. I even became less of a troublemaker, because all I wanted to do at the end of the day was come home and stare at the doll. It wasn't long before I was talking to her, telling her about my day, and even sitting her next to me on the bed as I did so. My head was always clearer around Calliope. She never spoke back, but I could swear she understood everything I was saying, like she understood me, in a way no friend or girl ever had. She didn't need to say anything to prove it. At the same time, I was starting to have nightmares. I dreamt about nails in the floorboards. I dreamt visions of my staircase, growing longer and steeper and darker as I stared at it. I dreamt about a malevolent, faceless being pressing its ear up against my door, a shadow in the backyard beneath the moonlight, a woman standing at the top of a staircase, staring down at me. The dreams were always obscure, with an ominous feeling about the unclear images I saw in them. This didn't stop me from waking up in a panic, sweat on my forehead and clutching at my chest like I might have a heart attack right then and there. Then, I'd look over at Calliope, and everything would be okay. The panic would stop. I'd catch my breath, and I'd be able to fall back asleep, knowing that she was watching me sleep. It didn't get by me that my closeness to Calliope was making Mum uncomfortable. Occasionally she would hear me talking through the door, and come in expecting to see a friend or a girl, and instead see Calliope, laying limp as ever in her chair. She always looked at the doll with fear, kind of like how I looked at her before Calliope and I started to get along. The look would only get worse when she glanced back at me, The kind of look I'm sure plenty of people get from their families before being locked up in an asylum for something. It's probably for this reason that Mum sent me to live with my great uncle just under a year after we had moved into the new house. She gave plenty of reasons. Great Uncle Abel was coming down with Alzheimer's and needed someone to take care of him. I was hanging out with the wrong crowd, which was why we left New York State in the first place. She even let her true colors show a bit the night before I left, snapping, "You're too damn old to be talking to dolls," before hiding her head in her hands and quietly sobbing at the dinner table. I didn't fight it. I had no reason to stay, though I kept thinking to myself what a shame it would be to leave Calliope behind. I spent a few years with Uncle Abel, and for the most part, they were uneventful. Abel's Alzheimer's was more or less easy to deal with, at least for a while, and by this point, I had more or less calmed down. Calliope did that to me, and even though she wasn't here, I could remember her calming presence whenever I found myself getting angry. I found myself missing her, the way someone might miss an old friend with whom they'd left things unsaid. It was weird. I knew it. But I knew that Calliope was more than just a doll, so it didn't bother me. In the autumn, I'd look up at the golden moon and smile. It reminded me so much of her eyes. At some point, Uncle Abel asked me if I had any girls in my life. Without thinking, I blurted out Calliope's name. "Calliope," Abel repeated, and I was immediately embarrassed. I shook my head and was going to explain it away when he said something that caught me by surprise. "I thought she wasn't around anymore." Eventually, Uncle Abel's Alzheimer's became too much for me to handle on my own, and we had to move him into a home. I was 18, didn't have a job, and had no real choice but to move back in with my mum. Mum and I hadn't kept in touch since I'd left, but nothing could have prepared me for what I saw when I came back home. The house was dirty and uncared for, even more than when we had first moved in. Mum had developed a drinking problem while I was gone, the evidence of which was littered all around the house. It was a conscious sort of mess, with empty bottles stacked neatly in corners or on countertops, cared for just enough not to leave them lying about, but not enough to throw them in the garbage. Despite this, or maybe because of it, Mum seemed really happy to have me back. She hugged me tight at the door and welcomed me home. She asked if I wanted anything to eat, despite the fact that the kitchen was clearly in no shape to cook anything. "No thanks," I said. "I just want to go to bed." I was half lying, and she could tell. She told me the hallway was kind of a mess. If I didn't want to deal with cleaning it up, I could just sleep on the couch, or on her bed even, and she'd sleep in the living room. I told her to stop being ridiculous, and broke away from her hug, despite her clear reluctance to let go. I climbed up the stairs, very nearly stepping on an exposed nail at the top step, and turned down the hall to my room. It was packed with boxes, clothes, rolled up carpet, and even furniture. It looked less like the lazy storage solution Mum would have me believe it to be, and more like a barricade. I picked through the stuff easily and approached the door to my old bedroom, only to find myself frozen in place. My hand on the doorknob trembled. I found myself wondering, what if she isn't in there? What if she was? Which would be worse? I felt riddled with anxiety, thinking of all the things I would have to say and how I would say them. I was worried that Calliope wouldn't understand, wouldn't forgive me. I felt like she would ask where I was all of those years, and I wouldn't know how to answer. I swallowed my nerve and opened the door. And there she was, sitting in the corner like she always had, motionless, without a sound, perfect in her stillness. I sat on the bed across from her and held her hand. It was the same painted wood it always had been, but to me, it felt warm, familiar. Calliope was still here, and I was back, and there was nothing that needed to be explained. We were back together, and that was all that mattered. The nightmares started again that night. Nails in the floor, something dark, something terrible trying to get into my room. A girl in the backyard, staring up at my window, illuminated by the amber moonlight. The next year or so was rough. Mum and I would break into constant arguments, with almost anything triggering a shouting match. I was tracking mud in the house. I was staying up too late. I was apparently stealing her booze right out from under her nose. Anything would start the argument. But I felt deep down, it was always related to the same thing. Calliope. She seemed to hate her, and it drove her crazy how close we were. It became clear to me that the 2 years Mum had spent alone in the house with the doll had taken their toll. She wasn't the same person I grew up with. She was always angry or paranoid, and I would often come home to see her sobbing at the kitchen table. She lost her job, gotten herself into debt, and almost never allowed herself upstairs. I often wondered what sweet Calliope could be doing to make her so upset. I started to question if the scratches in the furniture and the broken objects littered around the house were my mum's doing after all. I remember needing to get out one night. I ended up going to a party, invited by the friends I made when I was still in school. It was a pretty mediocre get-together, but exactly the break from my mum's manic craziness that I needed. Veronica was there, and to my surprise, still into me. I chatted her up, and when she flirted with me, I flirted back. But the whole time, my mind was on Calliope. After a haze of drinks, I was back in my bedroom, and I was so sure I brought Veronica back there. I was staring at my feet at the edge of the bed, and was going to turn around and tell her that I just couldn't do this, when to my surprise, I was met with the sight of amber eyes. It was Calliope, laid out on my bed. I knew I hadn't put her there, but here she was, and there Veronica wasn't. I climbed over to her. I reached out to touch her hand and gasped. It didn't feel like wood. It felt like skin. The most perfect, soft, womanly skin I had ever felt. As I looked up her arm, I could see that it was free of the blemishes and chipped paint from before. It was as if a real woman was in my bed, only motionless. And yet I still felt her inviting me forward, asking me to continue without a voice. I looked into Calliope's eyes, and she looked back. I cupped her cheek and kissed her, and her lips were the most perfect lips I have ever felt. I knew in that moment what I had felt for so long. I was in love with Calliope, and I didn't care how strange it felt. I knew she loved me back. "I love you," I spoke, more of a moan than a whisper. I felt darkness looming at my door. At the sound of my words, it flew open. Mum stood there in the doorframe, tears staining her face, a bottle in her hand. She screamed at me, asked what I was doing, both of us knowing it was a rhetorical question. I pulled myself off of Calliope and sat up straight at the foot of the bed, embarrassed, but still not letting go of her hand. Mum screamed and sobbed. "Look at you," she shrieked. "In bed with that whore." I was confused, but I was also angry. I stood up and told her to take it back. I shouted at her, shouted that Calliope was not a whore, that she had no right to speak to her like that. In response, Mum pushed past me and chucked the bottle at Calliope's head. I was seeing red now, and I shoved her out of the room and into the hallway. She stumbled a bit, and I was brought back to the reality of the situation a little, when I saw her almost tip over. I never once thought I could lay hands on my mother. It had never once crossed my mind, never felt possible. And here, I had almost pushed her over. I cursed under my breath and slammed the door. I tried to walk right out of the front door, down the street, anywhere I could get away from my mother and get my head straight. But she caught me on the stairwell. "Please, don't go," she stammered, tears running down her face and choking her words. "Don't leave me alone here with her. Not now. Not after that." I tried to shoo her off of me, but she latched onto me like her life depended on it. I tried to tell her to calm down, that nothing was going to happen. I said I needed to go, but she just kept shaking her head, sobbing, screaming that she was going to kill her. I shouted at her that it was just one of Grandma's dolls, and nothing else. Something I didn't even believe. How could a doll ever hurt her? I asked. "Because my mother never bought that doll," she shrieked. I was confused and tried to take a step back, but she was latched onto me. She fell quiet for a minute, choking on her own tears, before continuing, trying to be more clear before her panicked, frantic sobbing. "Calliope was your grandmother's maid. That little French whore was always flirting with your father, always giving in to his advances. Always." I was immediately stunned by the mention of my dad, and she could see the expression on my face change. Her tone became more frantic, more defensive. I was 16 and pregnant, and he was going to leave me for her. That little slut. So, I pushed her down the stairs. She shut her eyes, probably unable to stand the judgment and shock in my gaze. I pushed her down the stairs. Then I buried her with Daddy's cement out back. It was like she was reverting back to that little girl as she spoke. She opened her eyes, which were red from the strain and crying, and then shouted in my face. I killed her, and now she's going to kill me. You can't leave, Dietrich. You can't let her kill me. I was shocked. I felt my heart pounding in my chest, and she just kept shaking me, rocking me back and forth as she tugged on my shirt. I whispered for her to stop. Then I said it outright. Then I shouted it, and shoved her when she didn't let go. Her grip on my shirt slipped, and she stumbled backward, stepping onto the exposed nail at the top of the staircase. She shrieked in pain and tumbled backwards, the nail tearing through her foot as she collapsed down the flight of stairs. I was frozen in shock, watching as she hit every stair on her way to the bottom. I had to catch my breath before I followed her down, slowly ascending every step, careful not to step on the smeared blood and shifting all of my weight on the banister, feeling like I might collapse myself. Mum was laying on the floor at the foot of the staircase, a twisted mess of a person. A hole was torn from the center of her foot, outward through her toes. Her neck was crooked, bone jutting out where it bent at an impossible angle. Her right arm was beneath her body, her left one bent backwards, and her legs folded. She lay there still, looking like a discarded doll, and if not for her wheezing, could have well played the part. Please, she whined, staring up at me through the tears and blood in her eyes. Dietrich, please. Please, Dietrich. I clutched my mouth. I was staring at my mother, broken in a way no boy should ever have to see their parents. I was also looking at a murderer, a killer who had just confessed to ending an innocent life out of jealousy. Not just any life, either. My Calliope, who had once lived, only to be robbed from life too early by the woman on the floor in front of me. Dietrich, please. I looked back and saw Calliope. She was sitting at the top of the staircase, her head leaning against the banister. I looked at her amber eyes, and for once swore I could see something in them. Real emotion. Delight. One look in her eyes, and I knew what I had to do. I looked back down at the crippled creature on the floor below me. All pity and fear had left me, and I raised my leg and brought my boot down. I dragged my mum's body out the door and stuffed it into the trunk of her Cadillac and let it drift on neutral into a local river. As I watched it sink beneath the inky murk, I remember looking up at the sky, finding it remarkable just how yellow the moon was that night. When I got home, the blood trail leading down the staircase and out the door was completely gone. As I walked up the stairs, I noticed that even the nail jutting out of the top step was missing. The door to my room was open, and there lay Calliope, waiting for me. I held her to my chest and slept dreamlessly through the night. The next day, I told the cops what my mum had told me. I said she confessed to the murder of a girl about 19 years ago, just before running off with some guy she met at a bar in town. They had their questions, of course, but the forensics on the body dug up in my backyard showed that I would have to be a really murderous baby if I was responsible. Mum apparently made a reputation for herself as a drunk while I was away, and with no signs of struggle, the cops had no trouble believing my story. All of that was back in October. I sold the house to a family friend who reached out not long after my mum went missing, and I hear from him every now and then. Calliope and I are living in a one-bedroom apartment. And I think we're better off now. I think she likes the beach. I'm hoping we can move to France someday. Somewhere with a beach. I don't regret what I did, even if I wish my mother was still the person she was before we moved into that house. I know that all of that was a lie. She was a killer the whole time. Anyone who would rob the world of an angel like Calliope deserved what they had coming. I'm making this post because I recently got a call from the guy who bought that old house. He usually calls me every other week, sometimes to check in, ask if I heard from my mum, who is technically wanted for murder, so why would I tell him if I did? And sometimes to ask mundane questions about the house. This time was different though. After his usual small talk, he asked me about the doll I left among my mum's stuff. You know, the one that kind of looks like her, except for the yellow eyes. I'm leaving now, before Mum's doll can get me, like Calliope got her. I'm never setting foot in that house again, and I hope when I'm gone, this post can maybe clear things up a bit. I'm not scared though. Cautious, sure. But I have Calliope here to protect me. We're together now, and nothing is going to tear us apart. As I'm recording this though, I keep glancing out of my window. I can't help but feel anxious about how unseasonably yellow the moon is tonight. I have never been a person who's kept many close relationships. It's never been my nature to let people into my life. I've always taken stock in being an observer, getting to know people from a distance. This trait is what led me to become so enmeshed in Monica's life. Monica Stevens and her husband Dylan were my neighbors and my landlords at my new apartment. I had just moved to the city from my small town, mostly to find work. But it didn't hurt that there were many more people-watching opportunities here than at my previous residence. My apartment was not lavish by any stretch. but it was perfect for me. I lived on the top floor, a view of the rooftop garden from my kitchen, and my bedroom window was directly across from the Stevens kitchen window, as they lived just 2 doors down. Although I tried, I could never get a view of their bedroom, as their thick, blackout curtains were shut tightly at all hours. For the first week after I moved in, I learned the Stevens routine. Each morning, Monica would already be at the kitchen table by the time I woke up at 6. She'd sit, her chin propped up against her palm, head buried in her book, and long blonde curls falling in front of her face. It was so cute. When Dylan got up, I could tell she stiffened at his presence. Immediately he'd begin to berate her. I could see the spittle fly from his mouth as he slammed her book shut, grabbed his keys, and walked out the door. This was almost a daily occurrence. If he was not screaming in her face, he would sit across from her silently, eat a bowl of cereal, and disappear out the door. When he left, he would not come back again until dinner. I don't know what he would do during the day, but I never cared to find out. He was probably out cheating on Monica, that pig. Plus, if I followed him, it would be less time I could spend with my beautiful girl. Hour after hour, Monica would sit at that kitchen table, unmoving. Poor thing was paralyzed with fear. I hadn't known her that long, but I knew I could never let her stay with this asshole. When Dylan got home, he would walk in and pick her up from her chair and take her to the bedroom. I could hear his insincere apologies, just saying sorry in hopes he'd get laid. They'd come out an hour later, him placing her back into her wheelchair. I'd watch Monica sit with her back to my window while her doting husband cooked dinner. He cooked in seeming silence, not speaking to her or even acknowledging her presence. It baffled me how that troll could treat a woman of that caliber with such carelessness. Although I could never get a clear view of her face, I could tell she was beautiful, shy, and that he didn't love her like I did. He was so controlling. His wife never left the apartment complex, let alone feel safe enough to even move from the kitchen table during the day. The only time she would come out was Saturday morning, when I would see her on the rooftop garden. I knew she wanted me to save her. After observing their routine for around 2 weeks at that point, I could pinpoint exactly when I could corner Dylan. The morning I planned to confront him, there was a change in the usual routine. While Dylan was in the middle of his screaming session, he struck the back of Monica's head. This sent her forehead slamming down onto their wooden kitchen table. Let me tell you, this set me off. The rest of the routine remained unchanged, as at 7 a.m. exactly, he would leave their apartment and head for the elevator. Following him, I left at 7:01, so I could catch the elevator right before it closed, wanting to seem nonchalant. I smiled when I walked into the elevator and introduced myself, stating that I was sorry for not formally introducing myself since moving in. I hadn't interacted with him directly when I signed the lease, just his property manager. He gave me the side eye, so I confidently stuck out my hand to shake his. He grabbed it finally, his tarnished silver wedding ring cold on my hand, and said, "Yeah, I'm the landlord, Dylan." I told him I had noticed his wife's affinity for gardening and asked if she'd like some company next time. I know, a little early to get talking about Monica, but I couldn't stop thinking about her. I couldn't spend any more time exchanging pleasantries with this arsehole either. That's when something strange happened. He turned to me and grabbed my forearm, squeezing so tight that it was painful. He shoved me forcibly against the elevator wall and said, "Listen, bitch. I know you've been stalking my wife. She wants you to leave her alone." The elevator door dinged and opened. He let go of my arm and walked straight out without another word. Straight through the complex doors to his car and drove off. I stood, shocked. What the hell was that? But I had gotten what I came for, and that was all that mattered. That whole "leave her alone" was such an obvious lie. It confirmed to me that she needed my help. Dylan was becoming more unhinged by the day, and this episode in the elevator was proof. I went straight back up to my apartment, already thinking of what I was going to do on Saturday morning when she got to that garden. It was already Friday evening by the time Dylan got back from his daily escapades. I dreamed of her that night, about finally turning her around, seeing that gorgeous face that was no longer hiding from Dylan, professing my love, and running away together. We'd get a cottage so she could garden but live near the city so we could people watch together. We'd both be free and happy. Saturday morning came, and I woke up early to prepare my things. When Dylan woke up, he went immediately to find Monica in the kitchen. He lit into her first thing. It was too muffled to hear exactly what he was saying, but loud enough that I could hear through their closed window. I could see her distress. She couldn't even lift her head to defend herself. This poor, beaten-down woman was counting on me. But it wasn't too much longer now. Dylan forcefully grabbed her wheelchair and wheeled her out of the apartment, heading for the roof. I watched as he dumped her there, screaming a final time, saying, "You can just rot out here. I don't even care anymore." Dylan disgusted me. I wished I could rush up there and take her away right then. However, I knew I had to wait for Dylan to depart if I wanted to avoid a confrontation. Half an hour later, I approached the elevator so that I could reach the rooftop garden. As the elevator rose, I took a deep breath. Was I going to do this? Confess my love to this married woman and propose that we run away from her abusive husband together? I guessed so, because a moment later, I was stepping out from the elevator and into the small hallway that ended with the final obstacle between me and my love. As I approached the door that led on top of the roof, I felt the hot summer air begin to seep in. I turned the knob and stepped onto the bright roof. There she was, Monica. That silky blonde hair was instantly recognizable. It had fallen and covered her face slightly, so that she couldn't quite see me approach. I walked over slowly, as I didn't want to startle her. But then my emotions took over. I grabbed her shoulder, spun her around, and closed my eyes right before I professed my love. But I got no response. I mean, nothing. Not a "screw you", not an "I love you too". Silence. I opened my eyes, expecting to meet the eyes of a beautiful woman. Instead, I gagged. She had no eyes. They were gone. No eyebrows either. They were replaced with thick, black stitches that held her eyelids together. Her eyes were completely sewn shut. My eyes travelled down to her nose. She had a maggot hanging out of her right nostril, and it turned to crawl into her left one. She was a repulsing pale colour, with burst veins littering her skin. Then down to her mouth. It was sewn shut as well, and her lips were gone, ripped from her face. Her mouth was sewn into a line. No smile, no frown. Completely straight and emotionless. Beyond that, her legs were completely gone. I was expecting her to have been intact. I mean, I knew she was in a wheelchair, but her legs looked like they had been sawed off. They were jaggedly rotting, not being cauterized or anything. I couldn't look anymore. I ran to the hallway leading back to the elevator, vomiting once I had gotten the door shut behind me. I ran to my apartment where I deadbolted the door behind me and sunk down into a fetal position, sobbing. I felt indescribable loss, anger, and fear. What had he done to my beautiful future wife? He mutilated her. And he thought I was going to let him get away with this. I had no weapons beside a massive hammer from an old toolbox I had under my sink. I stalked my way to the Stevens apartment and broke the doorknob off with the hammer, kicking the door in. I wanted to avenge my love. The apartment had an atmosphere so grotesque, so depraved, so much more disturbing than I could have ever imagined. I walked through the door and smelt rotting flesh seeping from the walls. The only light came from the singular kitchen window, the one I had stared into so many times, the one I had never imagined would hold this horror, lurking in the spots I couldn't see. Right by the window, just out of the view I could see from my apartment, was a meat hook. And there, in the dim apartment, hung Monica's left leg. He was eating her. I nearly puked on the kitchen table. I couldn't bring myself to leave, even though I was frightened. No matter how much my brain said to run, my feet kept taking me further into the apartment. I entered their bedroom. Dried blood splatter stained the walls and floors. It looked fairly faded. How long ago had he killed her? I knew it hadn't been long, but I believed that the whole time I had been living in this apartment, she had been dead. I gazed into my apartment window as I re-entered the kitchen, imagining how untamed my mind had been just hours ago. I began to panic. I must call the police. I had impenetrable evidence against Dylan. Not only was Monica slumped over on the roof, but his apartment was a striking and completely incriminating crime scene. Before I attempted to get help, I knew I had to get Monica somewhere safe. I started my way out of the kitchen, making my way back to the front door. But then, a voice rang out from just outside the front door.
"What the hell?"
Dylan yelled. He broke the routine. I had no chance of running. I ducked back into the bedroom and slid quietly into the attached bathroom. I could hear his thudding footsteps grow closer and closer as he threatened. I have a gun. Whatever creeper's in here, I have a gun. It was time for me to avenge Monica. I heard him enter the bedroom. I gripped the hammer in my hand, charged out of the bathroom, and swung. I hit him directly in the left temple. He screamed, contorting with pain. I dropped the hammer and fled back to my apartment, adrenaline carrying me the whole way there. All I could focus on was getting his blood off of me. When the police searched the apartment, they were in shock at the scene. It wasn't me that called them, but another tenant down the hall. By the time I was finished washing myself and disposing of my bloodied clothes, Monica had been found by the police. Coroners came and wrapped up her frail body. They lifted her up, and she was gone. I didn't even get to say goodbye. 2 days later, I went to her closed casket funeral. It was a fairly publicized affair, being how brutally tortured she had been. I stood in the back and, after the burial, I left. My car packed with everything I owned. I left the city. I still dream of her, of dancing in the kitchen, of how our lives could have been, of her beautiful, sewn face. Monica, you're going to love my new place. It's the cottage we've always wanted. I can't wait to see you again. I can't wait to pick you up soon. Over the course of my career, I have taught at 3 different schools. One as a student teacher, one teaching 6th grade, and now 2nd grade at what I'll generously call the neediest school in town. Most of my current students, and my students for the last 4 years I've worked here, come from homes with struggling parents. Usually, both parents. That is, if they're lucky enough to have to. Work 1 or more low-paying jobs. Struggling to put food on their tables and send their kids to school with supplies. I'm no stranger to buying markers to hand out, keeping extra lunches in my desk, and, on more than one occasion, bringing clothes to school from the thrift store to keep my kids warm in the winter. I've found, over the years, that it's best to handle things on a personal level, rather than getting government services involved. In the early days of my work, I found that CPS intervention can frequently do more harm than good, and even parents who fail their kids are usually trying their hardest. I hate to see families torn apart, and I know that the foster system is a rough place to live. More than a few of my students have been foster kids, and I wouldn't wish that kind of turmoil on any 7-year-old. Even if the home situation is rough, most parents love their kids. I suppose that's why I took so long to meddle in Charlie's situation. Charlie was a generally well-behaved kid, even though I knew his family was struggling. I got the gist from the parent-teacher conference that only his mother attended, that his mum was a kind lady, a little too young to have a 7-year-old, who worked hard cleaning houses to give their son a good start in life. His father, from what I surmised, was present in body only. Charlie came to school every day scrubbed clean, with hair combed, and his worn-out clothes mended meticulously, despite the fact that he smelled strongly of his father's tobacco. I doubted that his nervous mother, with her neatly braided hair and pressed housekeeper's uniform, was the one smoking enough packs a day to make that skinny boy reek like a line cook. The only time I had to call Charlie's parents, when he missed the bus home one day, the man who answered my call merely barked at me to make him deal with his mistakes, and slammed the line down hard enough to rattle my skull. I ended up walking the boy home that day, and met his mother in the driveway coming home from work. She was grateful I had seen him home safely, and quickly ushered him inside. I thought I saw the ghost of a bruise on her cheek, but I couldn't be sure. Either way, I watched Charlie like a hawk since that day, and never saw any marks on his little pale face. Isn't that how it often happens, that the mother takes the blows for her child? I never had any other reason to doubt that Charlie's mother was caring for him well, until he arrived late for the first time on a Monday in February. He looked disheveled in a way I was used to from some of my other kids, but not from him in particular. I approached him at the beginning of first recess to ask him if everything was all right. "Sorry, Miss B. I had to walk to school this morning. My mum forgot to wake me up, and I missed the bus. I'll be on time tomorrow." His little face looked tired, with faint purple circles under his eyes. I assured him that it was all right. I just wanted to check and make sure he was doing okay. He nodded quickly and ran off to join the other kids on the woodchip playground. As he had promised, he was on time to school the rest of the week. Nothing strange occurred until Thursday, when he shyly approached me at the beginning of lunch period. "My mum told me I could ask you if you had any snacks. There isn't any food in my house right now." "Of course. You can always come to me if you're hungry," I replied, making a conscious effort to keep my voice free from pity. "Is everything okay with you and your mum?" "Yeah, we're okay, I think," he answered quietly, focusing on his shoes. He paused a moment before adding, "My dad left last weekend. I don't think he's gonna come back this time." "Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that, Charlie." I put what I hoped was a comforting hand on his shoulder. "I'm always here to help if you need a snack or just somebody to talk to." He nodded solemnly. "Thanks, Miss B. It's okay. My mum just hasn't been able to go to the store this week." He accepted the PB&J I offered and ate with the other kids. I decided I should call home and see if I could offer his mother any help. Hopefully, with her hot-tempered husband out of the picture, she could get back on her feet quickly. I would try to offer all the support I could. My call went to voicemail. "Hi, Miss Collins. This is Miss Bell. I spoke to Charlie today and I got the idea that there might be some changes happening for him at home right now. I just wanted to let you know that I'll be bringing lunch to school for him tomorrow and Monday, and to just let me know if there's anything else I can do to help. Feel free to give me a call back, or send a note with Charlie if you'd like. I hope you two are doing well." On Friday at lunch, I gave Charlie a ham sandwich and asked him how his mum was doing. I find that with little boys especially, they're more willing to talk about their troubles if you ask indirectly. She's alright, I think. I played your voicemail for her, and she said it was nice of you to call home, but she has things under control. I was confused. You played my voicemail for your mum? I asked, keeping my voice light-hearted. It's pretty cool that she lets you be in charge of the phone. Yeah, she taught me to use the phone and my own alarm clock. He shrugged. She said she heard the phone ringing, but she couldn't get to it to call you back. He paused for a moment, thinking about what he wanted to say next. She's been shut in her room since Dad left. His words made me concerned, but I held my tongue. I've never had a husband leave me, even a deadbeat one. And the kids still looked healthy, even if a bit dirtier and more tired than usual. Besides, he was starting to smell less and less like cigarettes. All right, I said, leaning back in my desk chair. Well, your mum knows that if she needs anything, she can let me know. Charlie's words left a pit in my stomach all weekend. I even drove past his house on Saturday, against my better judgment, hoping to see signs that all was well. The lights were on, but I didn't see any sign of the boy or his mother. The only difference from the day I walked him home in November was the lack of a beat-up green sedan in the driveway. Whether his mum was working on a Saturday, or his piece of shit father took the car, was anybody's guess. On Monday morning, Charlie arrived on time, wearing the same clothes as Friday, clearly unwashed. My stomach dropped when I saw him. As poor as she was, I knew his mum to be a pristine type of woman, who kept her child well groomed, if threadbare. When I approached Charlie to give him his lunch, I caught a hint of an odd smell, one I didn't recognize. Fading cigarettes? Unwashed clothes? I wasn't sure. Charlie, your mum never lets you come to school without your hair combed. I prodded gently. She hasn't been checking, so I figured I didn't have to. He said sheepishly. She told me to, but she didn't come out to look. Well, you should still make sure you do as your mum says, I replied. I honestly wasn't sure what else to say. I dealt with parents who drank too much, parents who couldn't afford to keep the lights on, and parents who vanished into thin air. But I wasn't sure exactly what to do about a mother who clearly cared, but had retreated into some kind of deep depression. My heart ached for the woman, and I wanted badly to speak to her directly. I couldn't keep playing telephone through this innocent boy. Who knew exactly how much he understood of the situation anyway? I decided to send a letter home with him that afternoon. I reiterated almost exactly what I said in my initial call home, but added for good measure that I could arrange for Charlie to stay with a friend for a day or two if she needed time to herself, just to get composed. Charlie came in Tuesday morning with his hair combed and his clothes clean, but mismatched. He proudly showed me his 2 different socks. My mum taught me how to do my own laundry last night, he announced to me proudly. That's great, I exclaimed, offering a high five. Did you give your mum the note I sent home? I did. I put it under her door like you told me to. He beamed. So, she was still hiding away. I worried silently that she might not be going to work either, if she wasn't coming out to send her son off to school. Great job, buddy. I offered another high five. Charlie opted for a hug instead, wrapping his little arms around my neck. I couldn't help but notice, under the scent of detergent, the same smell as yesterday. I prayed that his mum wasn't slipping into a hoarder situation. I'd dealt with that before, and I didn't look forward to doing it again. Wednesday morning, Charlie looked like he hadn't slept at all. He'd been looking drained all week, but the dark circles on his round face kept compounding, until that morning when he looked positively exhausted. I asked him if he'd been sleeping well when I gave him his sandwich. Since I hadn't heard from Mrs. Collins, I kept bringing him lunch every day just in case. Not really. My mum keeps telling me to sleep in my own bed, but I fell asleep last night after she sang to me in her room. Oh, did you get to sleep in your mum's bed? I asked hopefully. No, I fell asleep on the floor outside her closet. What were you doing on the floor next to the closet? I asked nervously. Well, she sings to me through the closet door. Her voice is real quiet now, so I get close. I guess I fell asleep on accident, 'cause that's where she woke me up this morning. I was speechless. Charlie must have seen the panic flit across my face, 'cause he looked upset suddenly. It's okay, Miss B. I promise. I'll sleep in my own bed tonight, and I'll sleep better. He sounded desperate. My mum says I'll be fine. I just have to help her take good care of me. I reassured Charlie and sent him off to recess. But I decided that I would have to talk to his mum in person that day. I couldn't keep trying to deal with this quietly, and I was worried that the situation was getting out of hand quickly. What did he mean? Through the closet door? I walked Charlie home that afternoon. He was silent for most of the walk, a stark contrast to the other time we'd walked hand in hand together, when he spent the entire time regaling me of the latest Saturday morning cartoons. When we reached his front door, he produced the key on a chain around his little neck and deftly inserted it into the lock, like the experienced latchkey kid he was. It was when he pushed the door open that it hit me. Rot. That was what I had smelled on his sweater this week. It was the smell of roadkill, of a butcher shop dumpster. It was the smell emanating from the little bungalow where I stood on the threshold. Charlie walked right into the house, like he didn't notice the oppressive wall of scent pushing me backwards towards the sidewalk. "Mom!" he called out inside. I held my coat sleeve over my nose and pushed forwards behind him. "Mom, Miss B is here." Silence. The house was completely still, save for the buzzing of a single fly in the kitchen. Charlie walked through the living room and the kitchen to the short back hallway. I crept warily behind him. "Mrs. Collins?" I called out, hesitantly. I scanned the kitchen for the source of the smell, but saw nothing. "I'm so sorry to intrude. I just wanted to speak to you directly." I labored to breathe through my mouth, the smell becoming more intense as I moved further into the house. "She's in here," Charlie informed me. but she told me I wasn't allowed to come into the closet with her. "Charlie," I instructed, my voice wavering, "will you go outside and sit on the sidewalk for me? I want to talk to your mum for a second. Just us grown-ups. Okay?" He hesitated. I smiled at him, trying to hide my fear and my overwhelming disgust. He glanced at me and into the bedroom, and back at me again. "All right." He left the room and went back towards the front door, looking back at me several times. I stood in the hallway doing my best to look cheerful. "Mrs. Collins?" I called out again, taking a deep breath through my mouth. My stomach lurched, and I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand at attention as I crossed the threshold into the bedroom. "Mrs. Collins?" I practically whispered, facing the slatted white doors of the closet. Nothing. The room was silent, save for the rushing of my blood in my ears. I stared into the dark gaps between the wooden slats. I felt as if there were eyes on me, burning as they returned my gaze. But I saw nothing. As quick as I could, I pushed down my terror and whipped the door open.
"Are you Miss Bell?"
the officer asked. I looked up at him from where I sat on the frozen lawn, my arm around Charlie. I nodded, staring back at my shoes on the edge of the sidewalk. "Yes, I'm the one who called." I heard the rattle of the gurney as the EMTs brought it through the front door. I pressed Charlie's head into my shoulder, so he couldn't turn around to see. I squeezed my own eyes shut. I had seen enough already. A female officer took Charlie from me and sat him in the back of a squad car. I sat still on the cold grass, feeling the ice slowly melt into my polyester work slacks.
"You said you spoke to his mother yesterday evening?"
the officer questioned, standing in front of me on the broken concrete squares. "No, I said Charlie spoke to his mother yesterday evening. I called the house on Thursday and she didn't pick up. Everything was relayed to me through him."
"Okay. And when did Charlie say his father took off?"
"Saturday before last. I found out that Monday." I swallowed hard. Silence hung in the air as I watched the red and blue lights bounce off the houses before I spoke again. "How long do you think she was in there?" The officer let out a long breath through his teeth. The scent of Mrs. Collins still hung in the air, with the front door left open.
"My best guess, maybe 2 weeks."
I nodded again, shutting my eyes but quickly opening them again. Every time I closed my eyelids, I saw her there, her eyes wide open and hollow, her mouth agape, her dry fingers wedged in her husband's belt, her flesh peeling wetly off the bone, her feet hovering above the ruined carpet, the remnants of a housekeeper's crisp uniform, stained beyond bleaching. The envelope, with my handwriting, soaking in red and brown. I changed schools that fall. I wasn't sure I could handle another year in that neighborhood, driving so close to Charlie's house every morning and every evening. I didn't think I had the stomach to help other students with their family struggles, having seen what I had seen that winter. I called Charlie's grandmother a few times to see how he settled in with her. 2 states away, I hoped that he was young enough to forget and move on with time. It was better he was far away, where his father wouldn't know where to look, if he ever cared to. The police weren't able to find the man as far as I know, and I pray every day that he's dead in a ditch somewhere. What kind of a man could do that to his wife, and then leave his son alone with the aftermath? It made me sick. Sick with rage and sadness. I left another letter for Charlie's mum, this time on her grave. I hope she knows that he's being looked after when she couldn't be there. God knows, she tried her hardest. I met my girlfriend, let's call her Diana, when I was living in a bustling city. She worked at the same office as I did. We had known each other for like a year or two when we started dating. She would tell me stories about her hometown and the paranormal activities that occurred there. She was one of those people who are deeply interested in the paranormal. I did not believe her stories, because I didn't believe in paranormal stuff. She would always look so full of life whenever she talked about paranormal activities or stories she had heard from other people. After a few months since we started dating, she got a job at her hometown and moved there. I wanted to go there with her, but there were no job openings. Not for the first few months, at least. I applied for a few jobs in her town and finally was able to land one. I could not wait to see her again, because I hadn't seen her for months now. I remember how Diana and her family welcomed me with open arms when I first entered the town. They fed me delicious food at her home, and I formed bonds with her family. In addition to her parents, she had a little sister who was the world to her. Her sister was called Lily. She was a shy, quiet little girl who barely spoke to anyone. Diana had told me how often Lily got sick, and how no doctors knew what was wrong with her. Diana would tell me how she and her family thinks that something else was causing Lily to get sick so often. On that day when her family welcomed me, her dad, Daniel, took me into his room. I wondered what he was trying to do.
"Son, I heard that you're going to live in this town,"
Daniel said, his gaze fixed on me. I nodded in response to his question.
"Then there are rules that you must follow."
Daniel cleared his throat.
"Do not fish at the pier past 12 a.m. in the night. Do not go into the woods past 9 p.m. And finally, do not go anywhere near the beach to the south at sunset. This final rule is one you must never break, under any circumstances."
I nodded, even though I did not believe him. I believed that everything must have a scientific explanation, and paranormal stuff is made up by people as a way to pass time or for entertainment. After that, I went back to dine with the rest of the family. The rest of the day went normal. Obviously, I couldn't stay at Diana's house, so I ended up renting a place closer by to hers. We would go on dates occasionally as I got used to her town. Even though I didn't believe what her father Daniel had said, I avoided breaking the rules he mentioned out of respect for him. One day, when we were on a date at a local cafe, I brought up what her dad talked about with me, his list of rules. "Yeah?" she said. As long as you're not there at the times my dad mentioned, you're safe. I have to admit, the creepiness of those rules were getting to me. At first, I had thought that this was all a ploy by her dad to get me to break up with her. But seeing as how she herself validated his rules, I was not so sure anymore. As I grew more accustomed to the town, I would go to this beautiful beach to relax. I would use this swing in the woods that led to the beach. I could get a good view of the beach from there. There was always this one kind old lady, let's call her Matilda, who would talk to me whenever she saw me there. She would come there every evening to get wood to burn. I enjoyed those days. I enjoyed our conversations. She would tell me stories of the past, about the time when she was younger. And at every day, when sunset draws near, she would hurry home after telling me that I should not stick around any longer, even though I would have done so without her telling me. One day, when I was chilling on a bench at the beach at evening, I fell asleep, because I had not been sleeping well the previous nights. I had a strange nightmare of an old man strangling me when I was on the bench, and woke up. No one was there. It was quiet, with the sound of waves splashing. It was dark, with the clouds in the sky shaded red. I looked at the time. It was already sunset. All of a sudden, I felt a chill run down my spine, like I was not alone. I quickly got back into the woods to go back home. As I was walking in the woods, I saw the old lady, the same one who would always talk to me in the distance. She was standing completely still, with her back turned. I did not notice it until I got close enough to her. She had no feet, and she was hovering above the ground. She turned around to look at me. Her eye sockets were empty, and she was grinning from ear to ear. It was not humanly possible. The minute that happened, I heard sounds of women laughing from all directions. They sounded hysterical. I covered my ears and turned my eyes away from her. And then, when I looked at where she was before, she was gone. I ran as fast as possible. The laughing voices were still there, echoing from all directions. Their volume did not change, no matter how far I went. I covered my ears and made my way towards home. The people on the street shot me weird glances, as though they were staring at someone who went insane. As soon as I entered my house and closed the door, the laughing voices stopped. It was as quiet as it had always been. I went into my room and plucked the courage to look through the window. Nothing was out of the ordinary. I looked at the sunset sky and wondered if this was going to continue. At that point, Daniel's warnings replayed in my head.
Don't go anywhere near the South Beach at sunset.
I wondered if this was the beach that he had talked about with me before. I was worried about what might come next. I stopped going to that beach, but the feeling was always there. I felt like something was watching me no matter where I went. Sometimes, I would feel someone touching my shoulder or pull my clothes slightly, and no one would be there when I turned around to look. I did not tell Diana, nor anyone else about this. I believed that it was my burden, and my burden alone. I did not see the old woman either, for days. Ever since this happened, I used my free time to walk around town. I did not pay attention at the time, but I would never see the old woman when I walked around town. Many days passed this way, without further incident. One day, I was going back home from work. I noticed the old lady, standing there in the woods. She gestured me to come closer, but I was too afraid to go to her. She kept gesturing, over and over, but I paid no heed to her. As I passed by her, I gave her a glance. She looked normal, like she usually did. I could still not get over how creepy she looked at sunset on the last day I saw her, though. Seeing how as she looked normal, I told myself that whatever I saw and heard the other day must have been my imagination. As soon as I went up to her, she smiled.
"Hey, Sonny," she said. "It's been a while since we last saw each other. How have you been doing?"
"I've been fine, I guess," I answered.
"Sonny, I have a present for you. Can you come with me?"
The old lady eagerly asked. "Sure, I guess," I answered with a moment of hesitation. After gesturing me to follow her, she took me to her house in the town. It looked beautiful, as though it was built yesterday. It was filled with lights. Upon entering her house, I noticed that it was completely empty. "Do you live here alone?" I asked, my tone curious.
"Yes. I have a few children, but they are all out of town,"
she answered. She led me into the living room and gestured me to wait. The house was well lit, with a lot of colourful small lights. It looked as though the house was prepared for a party. Not too long after, she brought me a slice of chocolate cake.
"Take a bite, Sonny,"
she said eagerly. Without wasting any time, I took a bite from the chocolate cake. But the minute I did that, it tasted like mud, and I instantly spat it out. The old lady was still there, observing me eagerly. She started laughing.
"Sonny, take another bite,"
she said. "It tastes terrible," I said to her. She looked disappointed, and then she took the cake slice and went out of the living room. I was puzzled as to why the cake tasted like mud, when it was clearly a chocolate cake. I still had the bad taste of it in my mouth. It was enough to make me feel extremely nauseous. I could not stay there any longer, so I went out of the house and rushed towards mine. I was getting weird looks from people on the street again, like I was an insane person. I could not stop to think about it at the time, because I felt too nauseous. As soon as I got back home, I vomited in my bathroom on the toilet. I did not look at it, and I flushed it. My whole body felt weak, as though I had a bad fever. I laid down on my bed to rest, and fell asleep briefly. I awoke from my phone ringing. It was Diana calling me. I picked up.
"Babe, are you okay?"
Diana sounded worried. "Yeah,
I'm okay. Just feeling a bit nauseous, that's all. I'm feeling better now, I said without thinking.
That's good.
She said as though she did not believe me. I sensed that there was something odd. She was unusually silent and did not say anything for a while.
Babe, please tell me the truth.
She said with a serious tone.
What were you doing at the graveyard?
A chill went down my spine. I was genuinely puzzled at her words. I did not go to any graveyard. What? I haven't been to the graveyard since I came to this town, I said, genuinely confused.
Babe, a lot of people saw you at the graveyard, eating dirt.
She told me.
You left before anyone could intervene.
Hearing this chilled me to my core. Was I losing my mind? Was I actually eating dirt in the graveyard? Or did people mistake me for someone else? Recalling what happened in the past, I came to the conclusion that my girlfriend was telling the truth. We talked a bit more and she genuinely sounded worried. After that, she hung up the phone. On the next day, as I finished work, Daniel called me and asked me to come to his house as soon as possible. So I went there. I knocked on the front door and Diana opened it. She looked worried. She gestured for me to come in, so in I went. She led me into the living room and had me sit down on the couch. She sat right next to me and held my hand tight. A few moments later, Daniel entered the living room and sat down next to Diana.
So, son,
he started.
I hear that you did some questionable things in the graveyard.
There was silence in the air. I hesitated to talk.
Well,
Daniel broke the silence.
Because this happened, you must have stayed on the South Beach at sunset.
He was right. I nodded. His expression changed to a slightly angry one.
Son,
he said,
I told you clearly, do not stay at the South Beach at sunset.
I explained to him what had happened to me there in full detail, as well as everything else that had happened between me and the old lady.
I see. You've been seeing this old lady almost every evening?
Daniel asked. Yes, I answered.
What did she say her name was?
Matilda. Daniel's eyes widened. I looked at Diana. She had the same reaction. There was silence for a few moments.
Son,
Daniel replied.
Matilda died years ago. She is my mother. She is Diana's grandmother.
That shocked me to my core. I could not believe it. This meant that the old lady I was talking to all along was Diana's grandmother. Questions popped up in my head, one after the other. Why did the old lady lie about her children being far away, if she was a ghost? Was she evil or something?
So that's the shape it took, huh?
Daniel said, as though he was talking to himself. What do you mean? I asked.
That nasty thing. It's not real. She is not real.
That is only one shape among many others that the nasty thing takes. Even my daughter, Lily.
Daniel suddenly stopped. "It's okay, Dad," Diana reassured him, holding his hand.
My daughter, Lily. That thing is tormenting her too. We only realized it recently.
I was shocked. So the thing that has been causing Lily to get sick all this time was that thing. Almost right at that time, Lily had entered the room. She looked at me and smiled. "Mr. Humpty likes you, big brother," Lily said to me. "Mr. Humpty wants Big Brother to hang out with him. Come." Before I could answer, Lily was pushed away by an unseen force, and she started struggling against something on the ground. It was as though something invisible was trying to strangle her. Before we could reach her, she stopped. She had passed out. Daniel took her in his arms as he cried. He was whispering something that I couldn't quite make out. After that, he went out of the room. I could see Diana covering her face with her hands, crying. I tried to console her the best I could. When she finally calmed down, I asked her to tell me something. She told me what had happened. They were having a barbecue in the evening, near the woods with their neighbors. Lily was playing with a few girls her age. When they took their eyes off of Lily, she disappeared into the woods. They searched all over the place, only to find her standing still at the South Beach at sunset. She had been acting like that ever since the event. She would get frequently sick and not be able to come out of the house. According to Diana, they were a safe distance away from the South Beach. She had no idea about how Lily went to the South Beach through the woods. There was no doubt in my head about it. Lily went through the same thing I did. Diana also told me that people who have been targeted by the entity see it in different forms. For me, it was in her grandmother's form. For Lily, it was something else. Diana told me that someone was brutally murdered by some thugs at the South Beach at sunset, nearly 40 years ago. I knew what she was getting at. It was his vengeful spirit that was haunting the South Beach. Obviously, this was a lot for me to take in. My entire world has changed within a span of a few days. Above all, I knew that whatever that thing was, it wasn't done with me. Deep in my heart, I wished that thing would leave me alone. As much as I did not want to believe that it was real, I did. I wondered why others were fine, even though they went to the South Beach at sunset. Why Lily? To this day, I'll never know. Diana didn't seem to have an answer either. In the following days, the activity intensified. I would hear distant laughing, talking nearly every time I went outside. Activity started happening everywhere except my home. The other day, my coffee mug was pushed by an unseen force, breaking it to pieces when it hit the floor. Another time, I would see shadow figures moving at humanly impossible speeds. I began to reduce the time I spent outside. My contact with Diana was very limited. I could not pick up her calls, even though I knew she was worried.
My mind was just too occupied with the activity that was happening to me. The activity at my workplace worsened as I stopped going outside, except when I had to work. The shadow figures I would see in my workplace evolved into unnatural entities. One particular day, I was working past the normal hours, without anyone else but me. I caught something in the corner of my eye. In a cubicle, in the same row as mine, was a shadow-like face with no features except for its gigantic eye. Only half of its face was visible. I jolted. As if noticing my movement, it put its head back in the cubicle it was in. It was only there for a moment. I did not take my eyes off the cubicle as I walked up to it. To my surprise, it was empty. I was too scared at that point, so I was about to go home. As I reached the exit, I saw it again, with its gigantic eyes. This time, its face was visible. It was a distorted face. Its body like a bodybuilder's. It had 8 legs that, on its human-like torso, looked very much like a spider. Upon seeing it, I heard hysterical women laughing from all directions again. At least, that's the one thing I remember before fainting. Early morning the next day, I woke up in the graveyard without knowing how I got there. I looked at the visible parts of the street. There was no one around. Figures, since it was early morning after all. I quickly hurried towards my house, my body aching with pain. After reaching my house, I decided to call someone, anyone who can help me. I reached for my phone in my pocket, only to realize that it was gone. I was way too scared to be outside, so I couldn't afford to go back and look for my phone. I ran inside my house and took a shower. The weight that I had felt the whole time was gone as soon as I entered my room. That was when I noticed the wounds on my body. There were scratches and bruises everywhere. What happened to me last night? I wondered. Still, the image of the spider-like creature lingered in my head. Those gigantic eyes, the distorted face. If possible, I never want to see that creature again. After showering, I lay on the bed, thinking. Not too long after, I heard the knocks on the door of my room. I opened the door. It was Diana. She looked very worried and sad. She asked me to tell her everything about what has been happening to me. So I did. She called her dad and told him the whole story. She and her dad offered to help me with this situation, and I accepted gratefully. I had heard that Lily went through this similar experience, and with the help of some exorcists, it is not as intense anymore. Ever since that, I haven't gotten out of the house much. I am currently taking leave from work. Thank God for vacation time. I've seen a few exorcists, but my condition hasn't improved. Every time I go out of my house, I see that spider-like creature in the shadows, looking at me. Sometimes it disappears. Other times it runs towards me with all inhuman levels of speed, and I would faint, only to wake up with scratches all over my body. Oh, and I also figured out that staying in my house keeps it away. So I'm spending more and more time locked inside, Diana is helping me with food and errands. Thank God I have such a wonderful girlfriend like her. I'm too scared to go outside anymore. At the same time, I am wishing to be rid of this curse, ghost, spider, whatever it is. So, I'll remain in my safe haven until exorcists are able to get rid of this entity. Why don't you open that one next, sweetheart? That Christmas was lovely. One of the best in a while. In the recent years, my parents hadn't been able to drive up as often, on account of the heavy snow. Heaviest in 30 years, their grandfather would say to me over the phone when I pleaded with him, and I could hear him comedically puffing his cigar and tilting back the armchair. There's no way we could make it up there and back before next Christmas. But this year, it finally lit up, and they made it. I couldn't have been happier. I leaned into my husband's side as my daughter shredded the wrapping paper encasing her huge final present, with an enormous smile plastered across her face.
A dollhouse!
I couldn't help but gasp. It was huge, pristine, complete with 3 stories, little flower pots hanging from the windowsills, and even a little front yard. I reached out and ran my fingers across the plastic grass, just to be sure. My daughter was beside herself. She had been begging for a dollhouse for months now, but I kept snubbing her, knowing what her grandparents were planning. "It's beautiful, Mum," I said.
It's so pretty.
My daughter ran over to hug my mother, and then my father. They laughed and patted her head, telling her that they would do anything to make her happy. I couldn't stop staring at the beautiful dollhouse. Where did you find this? I gently tapped on the windows. If I hadn't known, I would have sworn they were made from real glass. Found it online, my father grunted, leaning forward to unlatch the walls and open it up. The inside was even more beautiful than the outside. Even the art on the walls looked real. From a nice family. It's funny, they never even accepted our payment. Just some real nice folks. A little doll family sat on the living room couch, gazing up at us with their blank smiles.
A happy family of 4.
My mother keened, clasping her hands in front of her chest.
Just like you.
Right then, my son steered his new remote control car into the dollhouse, toppling it over. My daughter began to shout, and my husband squeezed my waist lovingly, before jumping into action, trying to quell the conflict by bribing Christmas cookies. I looked at the dolls, now spilled from the couch to the floor, their faces still happy and simple. I reached out and carefully placed them back in their seats on the couch. I couldn't help it. The weeks after Christmas were a little bit hectic, as they tend to be. My days were full of packing decorations back into boxes and picking leftover bits of wrapping paper out of the carpet. I was happy to have my children home for winter break, even if they only added to the chaos. It got a bit lonely sometimes during the school year, with them gone and my husband at work most of the day. I dreaded when they would all be gone again, leaving me alone with an empty nest.
I didn't know what I would do when they went off to college, but that was something I wasn't prepared to think about. It wasn't my dream to be a stay-at-home mother and wife until I met my husband. I wanted to be a full-time artist, but that isn't necessarily a career you go into with nothing to fall back on, was it? And who was I to argue with my fate? Every night, after my family had eaten my dinner and all the dishes were taken care of, while my husband waited for me to come to bed, I checked on the children. It was my favorite time of the day. I would gently crack open their doors and peek my head inside, listening to their breathing for a few seconds and watching their blankets rise and fall. My daughter was 10, and my son was 12, so occasionally I would catch them staying up past their bedtime, and nobody tell my husband, but I would usually just pretend I didn't notice, especially in those few weeks. It was their break, after all, and they just wanted to play with their new toys. I would often hear scrambling behind their doors as I walked down the hall, and opened the door to find them with the blankets pulled over their faces, snoring theatrically to try and trick me. However, after a few nights of checking on my daughter, and finding her dollhouse lights on, I began to feel worried. One morning I decided to ask her about it. "Sylvie," I called, clicking the coffee pot back into place and reaching for the fridge. "Honey, have you been staying up late?" I heard her spoon clink into her bowl of cereal. "No." I splashed some cream into my mug. "Are you sure? You're not in trouble. I just noticed your dollhouse lights have been on, and they've never been on when you go to bed." I heard her humph, and I turned around to see her crossing her arms, frowning down at her breakfast. "I'm not staying up, Mama. It's not me." "What do you mean it's not you?" "Kev is the one playing with my dollhouse, and he never asks me for permission either. I know he's doing it." I opened my mouth to reply, to ask what she meant by that. But before I could, my husband walked in. "Hello, girls," he said in his breathy, dreading work voice, and wrapped his arm around my waist. "Coffee?" I nodded, shrugging at the pot behind my back, my daughter's words still nagging me. Soon after that day, the dreaded came to be. My kids had to go back to school, and I was once again left alone during the day. The first day of this, right when I was getting bored of reading my book and trying to think of what I was going to do to keep myself entertained, I heard something from upstairs. It was like something falling. I frowned and pushed myself off of the couch, wrapping my cardigan around myself to fight back the drafty cold. When I got upstairs, I wasn't quite sure where to look for the source of the sound. Even so, something drew me towards my daughter's bedroom at the end of the hall. I gently swung the door open, looking around. Nothing looked immediately awry. The room was the dimmest in the house besides the attic, because the window was the smallest, letting in the least natural light during the day. The darkness drew my eyes right to her dollhouse, sitting innocently in the corner, the windows glowing with yellow light. I very carefully cracked the toy open, examining the inside. It took me a moment to find the doll family, but once I did, I smiled.
The mother and father dolls were sitting on the couch downstairs, their faces trained ahead as if watching TV. The children were upstairs in one of the bedrooms. The girl was laying on the floor as if she'd toppled over, and the boy was standing above her. I mentally commended my daughter for how maturely she had been playing with the dollhouse. Could that have been what I heard falling? Maybe the girl doll had been standing and had simply toppled over after a while. I carefully stood the doll back up, switched off the lights inside, and went back downstairs. That night, after dinner, my husband plopped down on the couch and kicked his feet up. My children hadn't yet gotten rid of all of their energy, so they were running around the house playing their own version of tag. "Sit with me," my husband said, grinning at me and patting the couch next to him. "You've been cooking all afternoon." I relented, taking a seat next to him. He pulled me close, giving me a kiss on the forehead and switching on the TV. Before I could relax, a scream rang through the house. My daughter's scream. My husband and I rushed upstairs. We found them in my son's room, my daughter on the floor, her knee bleeding, and my son standing above her guiltily. "I'm sorry, we were just playing." My daughter's brown eyes were welled up with tears. "He pushed me." The strangest sense of déjà vu washed over me, so powerful I felt a bit dizzy. I reached out and helped my daughter up, examining her injury once she was standing. "Oh, let's get a band-aid on that," I said gently, pushing back her hair. She nodded. Then the power went out. After that night, for some reason, the energy in the house began to get worse. All of the winter break high had diminished, and we seemed to all be left feeling a bit empty. The house felt lonelier when everyone was away, and when they were back, it wasn't very much better. The worst was my daughter. I noticed she hardly spoke at all anymore. She would come home with red, swollen eyes, throw her pink bag down on the couch, and go to her room. She hardly left her room at all unless it was for a meal, or unless I made her come out. One day, I decided I was going to search her room. I know it didn't earn me any mum points, but please don't judge me too harshly. I was starting to feel incredibly worried. We had always been such a happy, close family, especially my daughter and I, and this change had been so abrupt and violent. I worried about the boys as well, of course, but I just wanted to know what was going on with her. While she was at school, I went through her room. I looked under the bed. I looked through her desk and dresser. I even lifted up her carpet in some places. I didn't find anything at all. Not a diary or a journal. Not even a suspicious box. Finally, I ended up in front of the dollhouse. It was open this time, and the lights were off. I reluctantly peered inside, a sense of dread welling up inside of me. I didn't see any of the dolls at first. It didn't seem like any of them were inside of the dollhouse. Maybe discarded somewhere else in her room. Or maybe lost in Kevin's room, sitting in his remote control cars because he needed drivers to crash them into things. Maybe she was just bored of it now.
But then I saw one of them. It was the mother doll. Long brown glossy hair, and a colourful floral dress making her stand out. She was standing in one of the bedrooms. The girls, I assumed by the decor, in one of the corners. The doll was just standing there, facing the wall. The wallpaper pressed up against her plastic nose. I glanced over to the corner of my daughter's room, then back at the dollhouse, then back again, as if the doll was going to move when I wasn't looking. I slowly walked over to the corner, reaching out and brushing my fingers against my daughter's purple wallpaper. Right when I was beginning to feel incredibly stupid, I felt a ridge. I carefully pried my fingernails into the dent, pulling until I felt it give. There was a piece of the drywall missing, and I had never known. Inside the cracked part of the wall was a notebook, and some other small things from around the house that I thought had disappeared. I found candy, missing jewelry, even silverware. I wondered how long she had been hoarding things right under my nose. When I looked back at the dollhouse, nothing was different. I knew that nothing was different, but that didn't stop me from thinking that maybe the doll had moved anyways, just a little bit. It didn't stop me from feeling like it was looking at me from the tiny model house. After that, I put the dollhouse in the attic. Something just felt terribly sinister about it. It made me feel sick knowing it was just up there, in my daughter's room. Maybe it was selfish. I certainly began to think so when I saw how upset it made her when I told her. But it wasn't something I was willing to budge on. I planned on giving it away to some neighborhood kid, but eventually I started to forget about it. Things didn't change anyways. I felt silly for thinking that maybe they might. I had been superstitious in the past, but it had never gotten this ridiculous. Things stayed the same. My children continued to be quiet and anxious creatures, and my husband stayed longer and longer at work. I spent my days wandering the house aimlessly, cleaning and tidying things and preparing meals. My purpose was draining right along with my connection to my family. I convinced myself it was just the school year, that it would get better by spring break. And I almost forgot about the dollhouse. I almost forgot. Until spring cleaning. I decided to get a head start, having not much else to do besides clean. And when I finally reached the attic with my duster and my bucket of soapy water, my heart sank. I felt like I could feel it getting eaten away by my stomach acid. There it was. The dollhouse. It sat peacefully beneath the window, between my husband's dusty shotgun and a stack of old books and clothes. The lights inside glowing out of the little plastic windows. I stared at it for what felt like an hour before I could get up the courage to walk over to it. The latch felt like it echoed endlessly, bouncing off the attic walls and into my ears. It was deafening. The dollhouse creaked like it had been waiting 1,000 years up there. I cracked it open like a ribcage. I was scared of what I would find inside, but I had to know. I knew exactly how I had left it. I had left the family on the couch, just like it had been when my parents had first gifted it to Sylvie. Nice and neat.
The dolls were not on the couch when I looked inside. The first thing I noticed was the children. The dolls were propped up in the hallway of the house, leaning slightly towards the bedroom door, as if they were listening for something. Their plastic hands were pushed together clumsily, as if they were holding them, and I could have sworn there were expressions on their faces that hadn't been there before, although I couldn't make out what they were. Inside of the bedroom, the woman was leaning against the door, her face in her hands and her brown hair frizzy, as if she had run her hands through it too many times. In the bed, the man was sitting up, and next to him, there was a lump. I frowned so hard that I began to develop a headache. There was a lump, some kind of shape, next to him in the bed. I slowly reached out, intending to touch it, to pull back the tiny felt blankets. Something. I nearly leapt out of my skin at someone banging on the attic door, my hand flying to my heart.
"Honey, are you up there?"
I glanced at the dollhouse, and then at the attic door, my eyes wide, feeling frazzled and disoriented. Yes, I called out shakily. Coming. I rushed downstairs, my hands trembling. When I reached the second floor, my husband looked at me strangely.
"Anna, are you feeling all right?"
I swallowed hard, looking him up and down, and then at my children. They were scooping ice cream with plastic spoons out of little styrofoam cups. My husband seemed to notice my confused expression. He reached out and rubbed my arm briefly.
"After I picked them up, we went to get ice cream,"
he explained with a smile. I felt a strange ripple of fury run through me, almost knocking me off balance. I had to actively try to not glare at him. Who did he think he was? Picking them up and taking them out to get ice cream when my children would hardly look at me. Who did he think he was? Stealing my children. I was a bit shocked by this mood swing, and I reached up to smooth out my hair with my shaking hands. Have any of you been up to the attic recently? I asked, trying to keep my voice even. My husband frowned.
"No, I don't believe so. Have you kids?"
They both shook their heads, their lips pink from the ice cream. None of my family particularly liked the attic. It creeped them out, especially my daughter. I licked my lips nervously. The next few days were hell for me. I was thrown into a constant state of fight or flight, wondering if what I saw in the dollhouse was my reality. But I couldn't tell anyone about it. They would think I was sick. They would think I was completely insane. I wouldn't let anyone take me away from my family. Finally, I reached a breaking point. I told my husband I was going to stay with my parents for a few days, and I left without so much as a packed bag. It helped to get away, but I couldn't have stayed forever. And after the weekend, I drove the 4 hours it took to get home, feeling slightly more stable than before. That didn't take long to change. Even just walking up our front path, I knew something was wrong. Things felt tense. I couldn't explain it. I pushed open the front door, and I found my kids already waiting for me. "Hi, Mum." My son had a solemn look on his face. He smiled nervously up at me. When I went to push past him, he reached out to stop me. Stay down here, please, Mum. Just for right now." It felt like my heart had been tied into an ever-tightening knot. I looked down. My son was holding my daughter's hand. I walked past them, ignoring my other child's pleading, and I stormed upstairs. In our bedroom, I found my husband, and I found another woman in bed with him, most of her naked body concealed by our blankets, the blankets I had picked out for us. I began to cry. I cried so hard I couldn't even hear my husband's hasty explanation, his begging for forgiveness, hiding my face in my hands. When the woman, whoever she was, slipped past me and through the doorway, I fought the urge to grab her and bash her head in. That night, I dragged the dollhouse down the stairs and slammed it down on the coffee table, right in front of the couch I slept on. I couldn't bear to be in our bedroom after what he had done to me. What he had done with my children, my babies, right downstairs. I choked down some bile, staring into the yellow windows aimlessly. I had to watch. I had to watch so I could know. I had to watch so nothing terrible happened to my family. Over the next few days, my husband tried desperately to get to me. He tried everything. He begged, he cried, he yelled. He even acted as if he was going to hit me a few times, just to get my attention. But it never worked. Eventually he gave up. Sometimes my kids would sit next to me, but mostly they avoided me. I think they were scared. I think I was scaring them. But I didn't care. I wouldn't leave the couch. I couldn't. Sometimes things would change, I noticed, the second I looked away. I would get back from the bathroom, or wake up from another fitful night of sleep, to see the dolls had moved a little bit around the house, that they were in their rooms, or at the dinner table. But never the woman, never my doll. That one stayed glued to the couch, facing me with its blank painted face. However, one day, that was different. When I woke up at the crack of dawn, I jumped up to check the dollhouse, and I nearly threw up right on the carpet. The carpet that was now mildly stained with blood, dripping from the glass table. The dollhouse was in disarray. In the living room lay the son, his plastic doll arm all but broken off, snapped in 2 places. It hung on by a tiny sliver. I could see the bone, also plastic, and red blood dripped from the wounds. Without thinking, I touched it with my fingers, bringing them to my nose. It smelled metallic. It smelled real. Manically, I picked up the doll, my son, holding him in my trembling, blood-smeared palm. I desperately tried to fix it, pushing the arm back into place, but it only broke more beneath my touch. Kevin? I shouted at the top of my lungs into the quiet house, my voice breaking, I stood up from the couch. I felt like the walls were pressing in on me, and I couldn't catch my breath. "Mum?" My son poked his head around the corner, gazing sleepily down the stairs at me. "Are you okay?" "Oh, thank God." I stumbled towards him, climbing up the stairs on all fours. My knees felt too weak to climb them normally. When I got to him, I wrapped him in my arms, squeezing him until he whimpered. "Are you okay?" he asked again, his voice small. He was scared, I realized. I was terrifying him. I loosened my grip, just slightly, kissing his sweaty forehead. "Yes," I breathed. "I'm okay, honey. Mama's okay. I was just worried about you." He took a small step back, but I held onto his arms tightly. I didn't want to let him go. "Why, Mum?" I wiped the tears off my face clumsily. I hadn't even realized I was crying. "I'm worried something terrible might happen to you." His face crumpled in fear, and he stared at me. "What?" "Oh, don't worry about that. Don't worry. Everything will be okay. You're safe. Just stay here. Just stay right here." I knew I was rambling, but I couldn't stop myself. Seeing his precious face, unharmed, was like a drug to me. I gripped his arm tighter, and he squeaked in pain. Just stay with me," I said, as the words left my mouth. He pulled his arm away from me. I reached out for him, and, like it was in slow motion, he stumbled away from me. He stepped backwards, but there was nothing to step on. He was right on the edge of the stairs. I tried to grab him, but I couldn't. He was already falling. Today is the day he gets back from the hospital. I feel like I haven't slept in days. The guilt is eating me alive. My husband says he isn't, but I know he's keeping my daughter from me. I suspect he's sneaking out the back door when I'm not looking to take her to school. I just want to see them. I just want my family to come back to me. The guilt and the anger is eating me alive. Today is the day he gets back from the hospital. And today is the day the dollhouse was drenched in blood. All the dolls are sprawled out across the living room carpet, riddled with bullet holes, their guts spilling out on the floor, and their plastic smiles obscured by gore and grey matter. All of the dolls, but one. The mother stands in the middle of the bodies, holding a toy shotgun. It looks like something that might have come out of my son's room, but I don't know how it could have gotten here. I could swear I saw it crying. Today is the day I looked in the window of the dollhouse and saw myself having murdered my entire family. The family I love so dearly. And today is the day I looked out my own window. And I smiled. I smiled a blank, plastic smile. And I looked. And looked. And looked.
Back when my parents were trying to make it work, back when they had their weekly meetings to help try and get along, before the separate apartments and holidays, and well before the divorce dust had settled, my parents sent me to stay with my grandpa for the summer. He was a quiet man, my grandpa, and this kept me from being closer to him than I ought to have, especially since I was his only grandson. So, when I discovered I'd have to spend an extended stretch of summer with him, I was less than thrilled. Everything distills down to a single week in July. That week, we were spending a lot of time in cemeteries all across northwestern Arkansas and parts of Missouri, and taking winding roads through the back corners of the Ozark Mountains. At the time, with my 12-year-old frame of reference, I thought maybe we were doing this because Grandpa was close to the grave himself. Grandma had died a couple years earlier, after all. But, looking back and doing the math, that couldn't have been it. He had quite a ways to go still. What we were doing was chasing ghosts. More or less. Remnants of ancestors. We'd pull into a graveyard in the middle of nowhere, markers 100 years old, and he'd pull out his little notebook, thumb through the pages. Then he'd step out, and with his hands on his hips, give the plot of land a good look-see. Really survey the place.
That's not it,
he'd mutter to himself, then get his bearings again. We would crisscross the rows of graves until he found the desired headstone. Then he'd pull out a piece of butcher paper and a disc of black rubbing wax. Using these tools, he'd make a rubbing of the grave, the imperfections and engravings etched onto the paper. This whole journey wasn't exactly my idea of a good time. I yearned for my usual summer routine of sleepovers, swimming pools, bicycles, fireworks, and movies with friends. But I tried to be on my best behavior and act gracious, even though I was quietly going insane with boredom. After stopping at a couple more nondescript cemeteries, we found ourselves at the end of the day. We headed back east, the blue evening and the twilight haze and the disappearing sun at our backs.
I'm gonna find us a place to stop off for the night.
It would be our 5th overnight of the trip. I had lucked out once, and only once, when we found a place with a swimming pool, but it was near the interstate. That perk seemed unlikely out here in the country, running through small towns on 2-lane highways. We pulled up to a joint called the Huckleberry Inn, a park-by-the-door motel with a couple strips of single-story rooms all in a row. It looked plenty vacant. I waited in the car while Grandpa went to the front office and paid for a room. He returned to the car with a keychain, and we crept around to our room, unloading our luggage. I belly flopped onto the bed. The stiff comforter felt like dead skin, and the mattress was lumpy. I found the remote to the TV and flicked through some channels. I wanted to watch MTV, or Nickelodeon or something, but I felt too self-conscious to watch something like that with my grandpa here. Instead, I left it on an episode of Bonanza while I took a comic book to the bathroom for a bit. After I finished, I wandered off outside to find my grandpa. He was just standing in the parking lot, staring out into the dark and smoking a cigarette. He heard me come up behind him, and turned to me.
You get the ice?
Not yet, I said. It had become a ritual. No matter where we stopped on this trip, there was always a bucket of ice that we filled from the motel ice machines. It didn't matter if neither of us opened the individually wrapped plastic cups and helped us to a glass of tap water on the rocks. It didn't matter if we just had dinner and weren't thirsty. No matter the situation, we had to fill the little plastic tub full of ice and leave it on the plastic tray atop the dresser until morning came, until it was nothing but a flimsy bag of cold water. I headed to where the ice and vending machines were, in a little alcove between the rooms and the motel office. The Pepsi machine was giving off an ethereal glow. I pressed all the buttons and checked the change slot. Such habits could yield treasures like a free soda, or 50 cents. But I came up empty that night. The ice machine whirred and groaned as I tried to get it to dispense. I bumped it with my shoulder, looked up into the little dispenser hole, even snaked my hand up there to see if I could feel the cold. Nothing. I shrugged and went back to the room with an empty bucket. Grandpa was laying on his back with his shoes off, twitching his toes through his socks. His eyes were half closed. I set the empty ice bucket down.
"Get her filled up?"
he asked. "Nah, machine was busted." He sat up with a start.
"What? So there's no ice? Was there another machine?"
He swung his legs off the bed and started lacing up his boots. "I don't think so." I didn't see what the big deal was. I'd never seen him rise above his emotionally flat baseline, and here he was getting worried about ice.
"Come on, let's go see,"
he said. We did a perimeter sweep of the property. Just a boy and his grandpa, and a plastic bucket. His pace quickened the further we went. You wouldn't say his behavior was frantic if you saw him, but knowing him, that was the word that came to mind. His version of frantic was anybody else's calm mood. At the front office, we rang the service bell, rousing the owner from some back room. The overhead lights glinted off of her glasses as she greeted us with sleepy eyes and a tired smile.
"Excuse me, y'all's ice machine's broken. You got another somewhere?"
"No, I'm sorry. Supposed to have a repairman look at it next week, but I guess that doesn't help you now." There was a sympathetic smile. Fake.
"You got anything in the back?"
Grandpa asked, looking over her shoulder. "No, unfortunately," she said, with a little frown that tried to cover up the fact that she couldn't care less whether we had ice tonight.
"There a convenience store around here?"
Grandpa's mouth got smaller by a few millimeters. "Up the road. No, wait. What time is it? Nah, they're closed. I'm really sorry to inconvenience you folks like this." Grandpa made a clicking noise.
"We're gonna head out. Any way we can get a refund?"
"On account of the ice machine? Jeez, you fellas must really like ice. I don't know if I can do that. Did y'all step foot in the room? Lie on the beds? It's not like there's a sign out front that says ice guaranteed."
"Look, we didn't even... Whatever. Forget it. Keep it. Come on, Daniel,"
he said halfway out the door. I could only glance back at the front desk lady's perplexed face. Grandpa was already halfway across the parking lot, marching with purpose. "Here you go," I said, handing the front desk lady the plastic ice bucket. "Look,
you guys ever come back through, I promise we'll have it fixed. We've been trying to get the guy in here for weeks." I shrugged and jogged after Grandpa.
"Get your bag. We gotta get out of here. It's important."
He had already loaded his small suitcase in the trunk, and I went and grabbed mine. I had a nervous feeling in my stomach. For the life of me, I didn't know what was going on. I had never seen him the slightest bit rattled, but there he was, rattled. I had forgotten my comic in the restroom. I went back to grab it and pondered taking a leak for the road.
"God damn it, Daniel. Hurry up!"
Grandpa yelled from the doorway. I had never heard him curse before, and he had never yelled at me either. My body flushed with shame and anger. I ducked my head and sat in the front seat of the Sable, comic book in hand. He peeled out of the parking lot, and we drove off in a haste. Whatever he thought was chasing us was still out there in the night. I didn't talk, and he didn't talk, still feeling like a scolded puppy from him yelling at me, and anger simmered underneath and took over. My wounded pride took precedence over the burning questions I had. Primarily, just what in the hell was going on? There was close to an hour of driving, the forest around us frightening and imposing in the dark, like it was something that wasn't meant to be traversed at this hour. It triggered a primal fear. The fear was this: there were things out here that could kill you, things that could drag you kicking and screaming out into the dark, never to be heard from again. Things that we had largely taken dominion over with guns and fire and electricity and extinction. But the fear remained. We chanced upon a state rest stop. It was a mere pull-off, parallel to the highway, with a couple of 55-gallon drums and a picnic table or two. Grandpa pulled over.
"This'll do just fine,"
he said. "What are we doing?" I asked.
"Pulling off for the night. You can sleep in the back seat. Could bundle up a towel for a pillow. I've got a blanket in the trunk."
"But why? What was wrong with the motel?"
"They didn't have any ice,"
he said, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. He yawned like a cartoon character, and stretched his arms as far as he could.
"Look, little buddy, we better hit the hay while we can. Got a lot more miles to cover tomorrow. I'll be fine sleeping up front."
That was that. I sulked and curled down low in the back seat until sleep took hold. I awoke to birdsong in the morning, shafts of sunlight shining through the trees. My jeans were balled upon the floor, and for a moment, I thought I had pissed myself. But it was just my briefs soaked with the sweat from sleeping in a vehicle on a humid summer night. Grandpa wasn't in the front seat. I shimmied into my jeans and stepped outside. He was sitting on one of the picnic tables.
"Morning, sunshine,"
Grandpa said, acting like I had just emerged in the kitchen on a Sunday morning while he manned the waffle maker, ignoring the fact that we were on the side of the road after fleeing into the night. Still half asleep, I grumbled a response. The surroundings and circumstance disoriented me.
"Reckon we better head on down the road a bit and find us a bite to eat?"
he asked. "I guess," I said. "Look, why did we sleep on the side of the road? What was all of that about? With leaving the motel? My neck hurts from sleeping in the back." He sighed.
It's a long story, son. I don't really want to get into it right now. We'll just make sure that every hotel has an ice machine from here on out, okay? No more sleeping on the side of the roads. I'll tell you someday, when you're older.
And he did tell me when I was older. But not until I was much older. Not until that night we fled the motel was a distant memory. Not until he had passed away. I wasn't close to him when I was forced to take upon that venture. That quest across the southeastern United States, where we scoured graveyards for proof of lives once lived, links in the chain. Yet, that trip brought us closer together, and we would grow even closer still. Him becoming a father figure. After the divorce, my mum would move us out into his town 3 hours away, where I would stay until I graduated high school. I made it to my 30s before he got sick. As a smoker that hadn't quit until later in life, he had a pretty good run before something related to that got to him. In his case, it was lung cancer. They thought they had caught it early enough that they liked his chances if he did chemo. He was in his 70s and still seemed as full of life as ever, like he could get a decade or more if he beat it. However, he was reluctant to start the treatment.
I'm only doing this because your mum wants me to fight it or whatever. I'd just take my chances if it was up to me. I feel about done. Like I'm ready to see your grandma,
he told me. I was married and out of state at this point, making trips home when I could because I was worried the end could be near, and you never really know. The treatment for his cancer had been a series of forward steps and backward slides, all amounting to little more than tries spinning in the mud. It was near the end of his life when I received an email from him. This came as a surprise, as he seldom sent emails. He'd always been resistant to newfangled technology, finally acquiescing to us purchasing him a tablet with a keyboard. I'm lucky I received his email when I did. By the time I finished it, I told my work there was an emergency, hopped in my car, and urgently drove back to my grandfather's hometown.
Daniel, I guess I've got to get this out somehow, and you're the only one that would really understand. You may remember that summer trip we took back when your folks were having problems, back before they split up. Remember that night we slept in the car because the motel ice machine was broken? I remember that trip clearly. Most days I was still sad and angry over your grandmother being gone. I didn't do much of the things I used to do. I didn't go to church, or fish, or go to breakfast on the weekends. I'd just work, and come home, and sit around that empty house. So it was good for you to come out on that trip with me. It got me out of a funk, I suppose. I know I ain't the most outgoing sort of fella. Never been one to show how I feel very much. But I was glad you were there. Now, what I'm about to tell you, I would have never taken you along if I didn't think it would be safe. It had been years, decades even, since these events took place. Your grandma and I have traveled tons of times after, and as long as I did what I was supposed to do, I was fine. It had been a few years since we had gotten back from the war, and we had settled into our lives back home. College was never in the works for me, so my GI Bill was never used. I hadn't proposed to your grandmother yet, but we were in the courtship phase. Shane Albright had served over there with me. He came to tell me about some work with the United States Forest Service. Said there were hiring preferences for veterans, on account of it being a government job and all. So, we both signed on and got jobs with the Fire Watch. They had us working near our hometown at first, but soon they shuffled us around, doing month-long stints at sites across state lines. These out-of-town gigs paid a little more. We'd ride out together in Shane's Studebaker Champion, where we would arrive at the site and be stationed at separate towers, staring out across the rolling forest as we looked for fires. Then, we were off for 2 weeks before we'd go back and do it again. It was solitary work. I sometimes wonder if working that job made me quieter than I already was. I got in the habit of journaling, writing letters to the gal that would become your grandma. Little love poems she kept in an envelope. They are buried under the earth with her. Sometimes it would take us a 2-day drive out to these towers. We'd end up staying overnight somewhere along the way. Other times we'd get off on that Sunday and drive all the way through, taking shifts behind the wheel, collapsing back at home in piles of pure exhaustion, with little memory of how we got there. It was one of those overnights when we heard it. The broadcast. I was driving, and the AM radio was going, when suddenly a lady with the voice of an angel sang "Anchors Away." Shane was half asleep in the passenger seat, but started singing along to it. There was a burst of static, and the sounds of explosions, the howl of klaxons, and the shots of an ack-ack gun, and someone whistling happily through it all. Then there was a masculine voice, a cheerful voice. He introduced himself as Buck Hensley, and started rambling about the pilot of the Enola Gay, and how he never lost a wink of sleep, even after what he'd done. Vaporized all those men, women, and children, and babies of Hiroshima. Said that maybe nuking a city worked better than a nightcap or a glass of warm milk as far as a sleep remedy. He said that he found the whole thing hilarious and pitiful from the outside looking in, especially knowing what he knew now. Now, at this point, Shane was sitting straight up in his seat. We were both enraptured by what we were hearing. The man on the radio then presented us with something he called the rules of the road. The rule was this: if we were to stop at a motel or hotel at any point during our journey, then we were to request ice for our room from the innkeepers. He said there might even be an ice machine on the premises, that they would one day be all the rage at lodgings in the future. And he was right. But that's beside the point. It would be clear that there was something uncanny about the guy on the radio, well before his prediction came true. The consequences of not following this rule seemed vague. He said something about a visitor in the night that would give us cold feet. The man on the radio, Buck Hensley, he bid us a fond farewell and safe travels. And just like that, the radio went back to normal. To cut to the chase, we were on the road once again, driving out to a job. We had stopped off at some roadside motel, not unlike the many you and I stayed at during our cemetery trip. Just newer and less worse for wear. It was late when we stopped. There wasn't a TV in the room. Those were luxury items at this point. Only a radio on the dresser. I remembered the warning. "You really gonna do that?" Shane asked me. "Sure. Why not?" "The ice ain't free." "I could use me a cold drink." They gave me a small ice bucket at the motel office. It cost 5 cents.
Well, if you got it, might as well make the most of it,
Shane said, and pulled a pint of rye whiskey from his bag. He had a drink, and I had one as well. Bet you didn't know your old pops had it in him. That was then, though. I put aside all of that tomfoolery once your mum was born. So that's how we all survived our first night at a motel, after hearing that fateful rule. We rode off to our job site for another couple weeks of fire watching and isolation. There was a late departure, and we found ourselves bone-tired and miles from home. Even if we had pulled it together and drove in shifts, we wouldn't have gotten back home until noon. Shane asked,
"Why not take it easy and stop for a bite? Maybe get a drink?"
There was a little town with a diner and a motel and a filling station. We had burgers and sodas and fries at the diner. It was getting late by the time we got into our room, and I wanted nothing more than to fall asleep. Shane had other ideas, though. He had eyed a pool hall off the main drag and wanted to go, begging me to come along with him. I shrugged and followed along. We played some pool and drank some beers. As the night rolled on, Shane got cozy with a gal in the corner booth. I was on the sideline and getting bored. I made a signal to Shane that I'd be leaving. He pulled me aside.
"Look, pal, I play my cards right, and we might find ourselves back at the room,"
he said with a wink.
"Just wanted to give you a heads up."
I just sighed and told him good luck, and when I got to the room, I realized we only had a single bed. Being in the military, it was nothing for us to sleep in proximity like this. However, if he brought a girl back to the room, that might have made things complicated, and I didn't really want to be in there, even if there were 2 beds. It was decision time, and as welcoming as the bed looked to my drunk and tired body, I took one for the team. I made my way to the car and fell asleep in the back seat of the Studebaker. The sleep was light and fitful. I tossed and turned in and out of a half-awake doze, my thoughts growing more agitated at my sleeping situation, when all of a sudden, it hit me. The ice. We had forgotten the ice. I shot up and opened the door. I didn't know what time it was. It was still dark out. The parking lot was silent. I started for the motel room door. My hand was almost to the knob when the door creaked open and someone stepped out. Was it the same girl from the bar? She looked different in the orange motel lights. Like her skin was paler. Her eyes were the bluest thing I'd ever seen, glowing almost. She smiled at me, and her lips looked like they had a layer of frost on them.
"Care for a turn? Your buddy's tuckered out,"
she said. That's when I noticed her blouse was unbuttoned. I could see her chest and the sides of her breasts, the heart beating under her translucent skin, her lungs inflating with each breath. Her skin was glass. No, not glass. Ice. I staggered backwards into the parking lot, tripping over my own 2 feet and landing back hard on my hands and rear end. I could hear the lady laughing, the laughter fading into the night. I got up to my feet, and she was gone. I rushed into our motel room and flicked on the lights. That's where I found Shane, lying naked on the bed, eyes closed and face all contorted. He wasn't moving a muscle. His back was arched and rigid, while his neck was extended as far back as it could stretch, with the crown of his head touching the mattress. His heels were planted firmly at the other end, with toes curled. "Shane? Buddy? You okay?" I asked, and instantly felt stupid. Of course, there was no response. He didn't move to my touch and felt stiff, like rigor mortis had set in. But I wasn't an expert in such things, and it didn't seem to explain the fact why his body felt ice cold. I also couldn't ignore the fact that his back wasn't the only thing rigid. It almost looked like he had died mid-thrust, frozen in place. His now permanent facial expression could have been one of pleasure or pain. The tips of various extremities looked black. Frostbite. I tossed a sheet over his lower half and went to the motel office to call the authorities. There was no definitive cause of death, no mention of hypothermia. I wonder if he thawed or something like that by the time they got there. They wondered if a black widow spider had bitten him. It could cause muscle spasms like that, they said. I told them I had seen a woman leave the room. There had been no signs of foul play. Maybe he had been poisoned? I didn't tell them that this was all because he had paid the price for not following a rule we had heard about on a mysterious broadcast. I didn't tell them that the woman's skin was ice, and you could see her heart in her chest, pumping the blue blood through her veins. I've lived with this all these years, and my life has been no different. The world keeps spinning and largely seems to play by the natural rules I've known all my life. The only thing that's changed is the simple inconvenience whenever I travel. Your grandma used to make fun of me about the ice machine habit, and I told her a version of this story with the crazier stuff taken out. I told her I do it as a homage to my old buddy Shane, gone too soon from this world, taken in a manner too strange to grieve. You're the only one I've told the entire story to, and here's why. I've had the feeling over the past few months that things haven't been right. I have a cough that's more than a smoker's cough. A cough I can't quite shake. A heaviness in my chest. Last week, the doctor took an X-ray and confirmed it. A mass in my lungs. He said it looked inoperable and offered chemo. I know where I stand on that. I'm going to go out on my own terms. Not gonna wait until the cancer spreads everywhere, getting a little worse each day. I'm also not gonna poison myself with no chemo. I'm sitting in a little motel called the Relax Inn, out by the interstate. You know the one. It's right across the parking lot from the Blue Ribbon Diner we used to always go to. After I finish this recording, I'm gonna sit back and watch a little TV. Smoke my first cigarette in 5 years. And go to sleep. What I won't do is fill the ice bucket. I'll ignore the rule, and I'll wait for her to come to me in the dark. It seems like a good way to go out. As good as any. One final kick of pleasure before I kick the bucket. A motel bed sure beats a hospital bed. I hope you understand. Love, Grandpa Doug. P.S. I hate to put you out like this or worry you, but it's better this way. You're welcome to contact the authorities for a wellness check. I'd hate for you to find my body in the gruesome and bizarre state it will be in. I'm in room 127.
It took me about 2 hours to arrive at the Relax Inn. I mulled the story over and over in my head the whole way over, finding it harder and harder to believe. Still, there were other ways he could kill himself. I'd seen the bottles of morphine tablets they'd prescribed him, the ones his stoic ass seldom took. Grandpa's burgundy Mercury Sable was parked outside room 127. Faded navy veteran bumper sticker in the corner of the rear window. Dread coated my stomach, and the Old Spice I'd put on earlier that day was no match for the anxiety-soured sweat now coating my armpits. I contemplated picking up my phone and calling the authorities, but there was a decision I had made on my way over here. I was going to enter the room. I had to see for myself. I had to see him one last time. Fearing the door would be locked and that I would have to regroup, I approached the door with trepidation. He had left the key in the door. I reached to turn the key and paused. Was I really going to do this? To see my grandpa dead like this, body rigid and frostbitten, his elderly icicle erection tenting the bedsheet? Did I even believe his story? It was impossible. Mr. Freeze from the comic books. People didn't just freeze solid in motel beds. I took a deep breath and went inside. A western played on the muted TV. A bucket sat on the middle of the dresser, and my grandpa Doug lay in the middle of the bed, curled on his side. The water in the ice bucket was still cold, and his body was still warm. But there was no heartbeat, no breaths. His half-lidded eyes stared into nothingness, and his pupils didn't respond to my phone's flashlight. On the nightstand sat an empty prescription bottle and a note. This is what it said. Of course, I couldn't go through with it. I'm writing this postscript hours before I tune out. Even now, I still think about it, how it would be a great way to go out. Yet, maybe I'm scared. Scared of the lady with the frigid lips and the icy skin, how it would feel to die that way. But I don't think that's it. I think it's because of your grandma. After she died, I never had another woman. How could I see her in heaven with that as my final act? Even though I got ripped off and have missed her every day. She was enough for a lifetime. I can wait just a little while longer. So, we end up back where we started. Me at a cemetery with Grandpa. Except this time, he's underground. And it's his headstone I'm thinking of rubbing. The one he shares with my grandmother. I don't go through with it though. The act seems better suited to the older graves of faceless ancestors, and he was anything but. He was my grandfather, a man I loved and knew. I'll carry him around in different ways, the quiet demeanor that I exhibit, the way I furrow my brow when I'm lost in thought, the penchant for a good western, and the bucket of ice I will fill at every overnight motel I find myself in. Bidding on abandoned storage lots is a lot more glamorous on television than it is in the flesh. On reality TV, The auctions are filled with colourful characters that you'd love to grab a beer with, and every other rusty door holds priceless collections of Civil War artifacts, ready for sale. In the flesh and bone world, the storage hunters aren't quirky savants who can smell out a hidden boon a mile away. They're carrion birds, searching for a cost to benefit high. The real world holds significantly less treasures as well. When that mysterious door slides up, you're more likely to find an old wedding dress and stacks of poorly written love letters than something that's going to pay for your kid's college. Storage lot auctions aren't glamorous places, but they still manage to scratch that itch in the back of my brain. I used to gamble. I used to be good enough to do it professionally. Yet, as these stories go, Lady Luck found some other sob, and my career was short-lived. When the bills came tumbling down, I promised my wife, under threat of divorce, that I would never touch cards again. That promise I have kept. When she found out I was betting on a different kind of sport, she was furious. Her finding out, however, coincided with me bringing back home a dusty lawnmower that worked without a hitch. That tempered her anger somewhat. When I returned a month later with a vintage Lego collection that fetched a nice enough price to warrant a vacation, her displeasure diluted into compromise. We made rules. I had a $300 budget for my hobby, and at the end of each month, I would have to walk her through what I found and how much it fetched. It felt emasculating to run everything by my wife, but she knows better than anyone that I need rules to not slide off to a dark place. For months, our rules have kept me from selling out our future again. For months, I have obeyed and kept on the straight and narrow, and stifled my inner demons to keep my marriage afloat. Yet, old habits die hard. At my latest auction, I let myself get drunk off of the high of the chase. I broke our rules, and have grown deeply to regret it. The start of the evening was far from interesting. In fact, it might have possibly been the most unimpressive showing I have seen at all my auctions. From the 10 or so lots that were shown, each had the makings of sentimental heaps, rather than collector's items. I bid once or twice, but I never pressed my claim. My gut kept telling me that there might be something more worthwhile waiting for me deeper into the storage facility. In a way, in a very misguided way, my instincts were correct. The additional locks caught my attention. Along with the usual storage chain, there were 2 other heaps of metal attached to the door of the storage lot. The auctioneer informed us that the facility didn't have the keys to the other 2 locks, but that the bolt cutter would be provided free of charge to the highest bidder. The 2 extra locks piqued my interest, yet it was the man in the drab suit that cemented my need to own whatever was hidden in the storage lot. Heavy, rushed footsteps preceded him. The sound was so distinct in the tight concrete halls that the bidding was paused until the latecomer arrived. He must have been in his late 60s, or perhaps he simply treated his body very poorly. Both his grey pants and plaid jacket were a couple sizes too big for him, and he spoke with a thick Eastern European accent. It was obvious that the man wasn't from around here. It was also obvious he was not interested in bidding. As if the rest of the storage hunters were invisible, the man approached the auctioneer and spoke to him in raspy, quiet words. The auctioneer was wholly uninterested in whatever the old man had to say, but his temper calmed when the old man produced 2 keys that fit the locks. The storage space was his, he announced in broken English. There would be no auction. The auctioneer's face quickly hardened. The old man did in fact have the keys to the 2 additional locks, yet the facility locks were still left without a key. Without any proof of ownership, the auction would continue as planned. The strange man seemed to struggle with this idea. He kept repeating how the storage unit belonged to his colleague, and how he was the next in line to own it. It wasn't until the bidding started that he gave up on arguing. The initial bid was $50. The crowd was happy to raise. In 10s and 20s the price accumulated, and the old man watched in despair. When the price had climbed up to $150, with utter discomfort, the man in the drab suit yelled $300. This, momentarily, quieted down the bidding. The additional locks had piqued my interest. The presence of the strange foreigner raised it further. It wasn't until I heard the desperation in his voice that accompanied the $300 bid that I truly had skin in the game, though. Trying not to think about my wife's face, I offered up $350. The old man's face grew twice as weary. Instead of offering up another bid, he started to argue with the auctioneer in panicked whispers. The auctioneer was deaf to his pleas. All he wanted to hear was a $400 bid. Eventually, the sweat pooling on his brow, the old man relented. He bid $400. I immediately bid $450. The old man didn't bother negotiating with the auctioneer anymore. Now, he was speaking directly to me. He insisted that he was the rightful owner of the storage space. It belonged to a research partner of his from many years ago. That's why he had the keys to the 2 additional locks. He demanded that I stop bidding and leave him to take what is rightfully his. The old man smelled overwhelmingly of sweat and cheap cologne. His breath was of coffee and cigarettes, and the slightest hint of sickness. It wasn't pleasant to hear him beg, but I was far too interested in what was hiding behind those metal doors. In broken English, the man tried to change my mind. He couldn't. When that fact dawned upon him, he produced a bushel of crumpled bills out of his pocket. He counted them with shaking, spotted hands. He offered $640 for the unit. When our eyes met, I could sense the slightest bit of relief in his face. He thought he had outbid me. He thought the storage unit was his already. He thought wrong. I offered up $650. The old man had nothing else to bid. In a satisfying collection of seconds that sent a truckload of dopamine crashing through my skull, I became the new owner of the storage unit. The old man pleaded with me, with wet eyes and strained words. He begged me to take his money and leave the mystery of the storage unit be. His begging well surpassed the point of pity. It did not feel good to meet his eyes. I felt bad for the old man. Yet, I am a slave to the gods of chance. I would not ignore their boon. The old man was relentless in his pleas. When the manager of the storage facility suggested he might call the police, however, the old man quickly retreated. With the strange foreigner out of sight, he had faded from my mind. I was too distracted with the contents of the storage space to spare him any more thought. I paid for the lot and signed all the necessary paperwork with the auctioneer, and then made my way through the labyrinthian maze of cement and metal to claim my prize. The lock had been left untouched for years, and the key had trouble fitting through the rust. Yet, when it did, when that dirty door came up with a metallic groan, I knew I had struck gold. It was a big storage space, big enough to house a car with plenty of room to spare. The place was filled to the brim. Most of its contents were hidden beneath slabs of dirty cloth, but the storage unit was filled with vintage Pokemon merch. Every inch of the cement walls were covered in Pokemon posters and calendars. Every mysterious object, draped in cloth, was also covered in countless collections of Pokemon toys and keychains and plushies. The toys were worn and out of their boxes. I could definitely get at least $200 for them alone. With the rest of the storage space draped in mystery, my gambler's heart fluttered at the prospect of inheriting a collector's collection. My expectations were high. Yet, when I ripped away one of the cloth drapes, I turned light-headed. I was looking at a centrifuge. A high-tech, expensive-looking centrifuge, straight out of a rich people hospital. A quick Google nearly dropped me to the ground. The thing was worth at least $1,000. My investment had definitely paid off. There was nothing that I wanted to do more than to rip down all the coverings and revel in my good fortune all at once. Yet the rush from the centrifuge was strong enough. I elected to take the lab tech home and pace out my dopamine rush from my earnings over the next couple of days. Though I regret to admit it, a plan hatched in my head. I was going to take the centrifuge back home and sing praises of my good luck to my wife. She would surely be happy about my return on investment, but there was no need for her to know about the rest of the storage unit. The fates had shown me good fortune. It was time for me to move past the silly financial limit my wife put on my hobby. The money from the rest of the storage unit would be my seed fund for future bidding. Or so I thought. When I walked out into the chill night air, I found the parking lot to be completely empty. My wife was visiting her sister for the weekend, so there was no rush for me to get home. But it was getting late. I figured I would grab the dolly from my truck, get the centrifuge loaded up, and then surprise her with it on Sunday afternoon. Had I simply loaded up the centrifuge, locked up the storage unit, and went back home, things would have turned out different, and I would have been richer for it. By the time I was back in the storage unit, however, the rush of winning had passed. I wanted another peek at the mysterious objects I had paid for. I promised myself I would only reveal one more object to myself. Yet, I do not have a good history of keeping promises. Under the first cloth covering, I found a chest-high microscope. Beneath the second, an expensive piece of lab equipment I could not identify. Beneath the third, I found a sort of incubator that had enough circuitry in it to suggest at least another $1,000. Had I turned back home then, had I even a shred of self-control, I could have gone home a very wealthy man. Yet, I am a slave to the rush, and the 3 previous finds had whet my appetite. Expecting another burst of dopamine, I ripped off the 4th cloth covering. I let out a shriek. Ah! As the dirty fabric gathered around my feet, all I could do was stare. I didn't understand what I was looking at, but somewhere deep inside of my chest, I knew I was witness to something patently against the laws of nature. The creature was suspended in a liquid-filled vat. It had 6 legs, a strange vine-like growth stemming from its back, and vaguely, very vaguely, resembled a cat. The thing was presumably dead, yet it was no less terrifying for it. Suddenly, the thought of being alone at the storage facility started to bother me. In an effort to distract myself with more expensive laboratory equipment, I tore down another cloth covering. Instead of priceless scientific instruments, I found a similar vat. I steadied myself enough to not scream, but I was no less terrified. The creature that floated in this one resembled a bear, yet it was no bigger than a raccoon. Even in its small size, the floating beast terrified me. Its open maw was filled with a menagerie of misshapen, sharp teeth, which looked like they could bite through steel. There was a thick web of skin stemming from the creature's paws, suggesting it once took flight. The beast was undoubtedly not the work of nature. The contents of the storage lot brought forth suggestions of dark science and terrible experiments. The dolly with the centrifuge was right next to me. I could have retreated back home, but instead, in terror, I stripped all the hidden objects of their obscurity. I found a couple more pieces of expensive-looking equipment. They gave me no joy. Even when I found a second, larger centrifuge, I simply went on to uncover the rest of the storage space. I found terrible creatures. Creatures which will haunt my dreams until the end of time. A sort of crab creature with human eyes upon its shell. A snake with pairs of wings which covered its spine. A glob of grey flesh covered in bug-like eyes and twigs and flowers. There were about a dozen of the vats, and each inspired more discomfort than the last. Above each of the vats sat a sort of designation: GA007, GB028, FA004. The final covering lay on top of a vat, housing a genetic amalgamation I couldn't even begin to describe. Atop of the vat sat a coffee-stained Pokemon notebook. The hybrid encyclopedia, its title read in neat handwriting. It is only once I opened the notebook that I understood the markings that adorned the vats. They were names. Every page was dedicated to a different creature, with rough sketches and neatly ordered notes. The notebook described many more creatures than were present in the storage unit. There were at least 100 pages. I tried to read the entries for the experiments that were present within the vats, but my heart was racing far too much to make sense of the tiny letters on the page. Just as I calmed, just as I centered myself enough to be able to make sense of the mystery I was entangled in, I felt a sharp prick in my neck.
"Sorry,"
said the old man in the ill-fitting suit.
"I have tried to warning you."
Naturally, I was startled when I first saw him. I did, however, feel a semblance of relief about not being the only one in the presence of those strange creatures. The old man was considerably smaller than me, and had seemed harmless enough. I thought myself lucky to be in the presence of a man who knew more about these hybrids. That mirage of luck dissipated the moment I looked at the old man's hand. There was a syringe in it. Steadily, a tingling numbness spread from my neck. Before I could even register I had been poisoned, I was crashing to the floor. With a great grunt of effort, the old man caught me and lowered me to the cold ground. Even though he had just stuck a syringe in my neck, his eyes were apologetic to the point of wetness. "This storage unit belonged to Crazy Man, Professor Willow. He is obsessed. I am sorry," the old man said, squatting down next to me. "I am sorry, but the storage is important. Willow must be ended. His early research is important. I am sorry." By then, the numbness had spread out all throughout my body, yet my neck continued to throb with renewed tingly beats. With each pulse, my vision grew foggy, and the world beyond echoed with distance. I could register the old man depositing the syringe in his ill-fitting jacket, and then fishing around for something else. Before his hand emerged again, it was nothing but a vague blur. "It is poison, but it does not kill. I am sorry. You will be fine. I am not a thief. I am a man trying to help." Briefly, before my consciousness fully faded away, I sensed that something was being pressed into my palm. Then, with my thoughts stumbling into nothingness, I passed out. I woke to a phone call from my wife. She had just come home from her sister's and I was nowhere to be found. From the sound of my raspy voice and my inability to articulate my words, she presumed I had been on a weekend bender. Without giving me a chance to explain myself, she hung up. I was stretched out on the cold floor of the storage lot. My cheeks were covered in drool, and I was next to what I presumed to be a pool of vomit. The fact that I was alive and able to feel my limbs provided a flicker of relief, but the flame was quickly snuffed out. The storage lot was empty. There were still vintage Pokemon posters and calendars all over the walls, and none of the toys seemed to have been moved. Yet, all of the expensive equipment I had celebrated so heartily was gone. The terrible monstrosities encased in vats were gone as well, but I did not mourn those. On the mornings when you wake up far from your bed covered in drool, it's usually the money that you mourn. I decided I would not tell my wife how I had spent my weekend. When I came home, we argued and I let her believe that I had simply spent the weekend boozing. I did, however, insist that I didn't play any cards or gamble in any other fashion. She, after some convincing, believed me. I didn't want to tell my wife about the maddening hybrids. Partially, I did this because she wouldn't believe me. By the time I was back home, I was already working on trying to convince myself that it was all a fabulation anyway. The other reason why I didn't tell my wife, however, was that I didn't want to get into trouble. I did break our budget rule during the auction, and I knew that I was a bigger sin than a weekend. And I knew that was a bigger sin than a weekend of boozing. It's not like she would ever find out anyway. The things which the old man told me as I succumbed to whatever paralytic poison he injected me with, I do not understand, and I do not care to explore. In one thing, however, he was honest. The old man was not a thief. When I woke on the floor of the storage lot, I found a crumpled stack of bills in my hand. $640 to be exact. With the toys and posters, I could definitely cover more than the $10 I invested. Though I have witnessed unspeakable crimes against nature, and though I am still recovering from the unknown poison, my finances were still in the black. Justin and I had been together for 10 years, married for 6. I'd been with him for my whole adult life. We'd been dating since I was 17 and he was 18. I always thought he was my soulmate, the man I wanted to grow old with. Turns out, I was wrong. I was devastated when I found out. Yes, Justin had been staying out later than usual, and his explanations were usually flimsy at best. I'm not stupid. I had my suspicions. But I think I just really didn't want to come to terms with the fact that my husband was seeing another woman. Honestly, I might have gone years without discovering the truth. But Justin got sloppy. "Welcome home, honey. Fun night out with the guys after work again?"
Uh-huh.
Justin grumbled, brushing past me. "I made dinner if you're hungry. Beef tips and rice. I know it's one of your favorites."
"I ate at the bar. I'm going to bed,"
he muttered, steadying himself against the wall, before woozily clumping up the stairs. My heart sank. Nights like those were becoming more and more frequent. I loved my husband. All I wanted was to spend a little quality time with him after a long day at work, but he couldn't even spare me a few minutes. I glanced up at him as he lumbered up the steps, a tear trickling down my cheek. In an instant, any sadness that I felt was replaced with burning rage. Because when Justin passed underneath the overhead light, I saw what appeared to be a hickey on the side of his neck. A cocktail of emotions swirled within me. Despair, resentment, betrayal. They all hit me like a ton of bricks. I was stunned. I didn't know what to do. I mean, who would? The man I had been head over heels for all that time had stabbed me in the back. I was in disbelief. I stumbled to the kitchen, pulling out a chair before I could collapse. I stared into space, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. I sat there for a long time, deep in thought. After a while, I felt numb, like my entire personality had been flushed down the drain, leaving nothing but an empty husk. Then, a thought flashed across my mind. I'd been mistaken. That had to be it. Just a mere trick of the light. It was a pretty dimly lit hallway, after all. Whatever the case, I had to know. I tiptoed upstairs, abandoning my dinner. I crept up to our room as quiet as a church mouse, before lightly pushing open the bedroom door. Justin was fast asleep. I didn't waste any time. I rushed across the room, careful to avoid any squeaky floorboards, and I inspected Justin's neck. His snores grew louder as I approached. He was always a heavy sleeper. I cursed when I got a closer look. Justin was sleeping on his side, and I was not going to try to roll him over. I glanced around, searching for anything that might provide concrete evidence. My eyes fell to the bedside table. Bingo. I snatched Justin's phone from his charger. I held my breath as I pressed his meaty thumb onto the screen to unlock it. I grinned, feeling a rush of exhilaration as I achieved my goal. Whoa. I froze. Justin groggily opened his eyes, a sliver, as my hand hovered over him. My blood turned to ice, and I prayed with all my might that my husband would just go back to sleep. To my immense shock, my prayers were answered. Justin mumbled incoherently under his breath, before grabbing a fistful of covers and nodding off. I'd escaped by the skin of my teeth. I had to be more careful. The first thing I did was check Justin's texts. I immediately saw a woman's name I didn't recognize. My heart shattered when I read the messages. "Hey baby, last night was incredible. See you again after work today?" "You're damn right. I wish you never had to leave. What about that wife of yours, though? Won't she get suspicious?" "Her? Not a chance. Even if she does find out, she won't leave. I could murder a baby in front of her, and she'd still think I was a saint." A deep-seated rage bubbled within me. Did Justin really think that little of me? He clearly saw me as nothing more than a spineless, codependent pushover. Well, I'd show him. I screenshotted the evidence, scrolling through dozens of nude photos that I hadn't taken, and sent everything to my number. I deleted any proof of my snooping, then replaced Justin's phone on the charger. I stormed out of the room, grabbing my keys as I went. I made it halfway across the living room when the realization hit me. I had nowhere to go. All my family lived 7 hours away. It was too late to book a decent hotel, and I really didn't want to drag any of my friends into my drama. Not yet, at least. That left me with one option. I had to sleep on the couch. I plopped down onto the sofa and sighed. I didn't want to have to confront it, but I knew what I had to do. In the morning, I was going to find a lawyer and start the divorce process. The thought alone was enough to break me. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't hold back my tears any longer. I cried like a baby, silently sobbing into a scratchy pillow for what must have been hours. My eyes were puffy by the time I was done. I couldn't fathom falling asleep in a state like that. But I must have at some point, because the next thing I remember, sunlight was flooding through the blinds. "Morning, babe. How'd you—" The rest of my sentence caught in my throat. That was right. Justin and I were about to be over. I grabbed my phone from the coffee table, tears stinging at the corners of my vision. I opened up the messages I'd sent myself as proof that the past 12 hours hadn't been some twisted nightmare. But the messages were gone. My eyes grew wide as I stared at the screen. That couldn't have been right. They'd been here, clear as day the night before. Something wasn't adding up. I suddenly paused, bolting upright. Was that breakfast? The tantalizing aroma of eggs and bacon wafted around the corner from the kitchen. My brows furrowed. Justin never cooked. My breathing was shallow as I tentatively shuffled toward the kitchen. Curiosity gnawed at me like a piranha. I apprehensively peeked around the corner, unsure of what I would find. To my shock, there was my husband, humming a little tune while flipping pancakes. I rubbed my eyes. Was I seeing things? Surely I was delusional from the lack of sleep. That had to have been it. Then Justin turned, his icy blue eyes locking onto mine. Morning, Princess. I hope you're hungry. I saw you sleeping on the couch and I thought you might not be feeling well. So I decided to make you a hot meal to hope you get better.
My heart skipped a beat. Was this really my husband? It looked like him. Sounded like him too. Still, I was weary. Yeah. Just feeling a little under the weather is all. Are you feeling okay? You're acting different.
Never been better. Honestly, I think I've really turned a new leaf,
he said, placing a steaming plate before me.
The old Justin is kaput. From now on, I swear I'm going to be the best husband I can be.
Our gazes connected, and I searched his expression for answers. He seemed genuine. If this was an act, it was a damn good one. Thanks, babe. That really makes me happy to hear. Justin beamed at me, the warmth of his smile seeping into my heart. It had been years since he looked at me like that.
Well, get used to it, because I'm keeping my word. I love you, Lydia.
I wanted to be suspicious. I wanted to remain silent. I wanted to keep my guard up. But how could I? All I needed was love and attention. And I was finally getting it. For the first time in a long time. It felt like my husband actually cared. I love you too, Justin, I muttered, before digging into my meal. A big part of me was still leery of my husband. His timing was pretty convenient after all. But even with all my doubts, Justin was seemingly sticking to his promise. He took me out on dates, paid to get my nails done, brought me flowers. He even started shouldering most of the housework. Needless to say, I was impressed. If he would have kept that up, I might have never suspected a thing. But one night, he slipped up. We were cuddled up on the couch watching The Truman Show when I asked. Now, I wish I would have kept my mouth shut. Hey, babe.
Yes, my love?
Justin asked, his eyes still glued to the screen. If someone close to you was an imposter, like a perfect replica except for a few tiny changes, do you think you'd notice? Justin tensed up, his eyes wide as he slowly turned to face me. A blank stare had overtaken his expression. A chill rippled through my body when he looked at me like that. He was beginning to frighten me.
I suppose so. Why do you ask?
His voice was monotone, dripping with a tinge of urgency. I didn't know how to process his sudden shift in personality. It's the premise of the movie we're watching? I watched as the color seeped back into his face, and he loosened up, breathing a sigh of relief. I cocked a curious brow. Why was he acting so strange?
That makes sense.
We sat there in uncomfortable silence, shifting our attention back to the TV screen. After a few more tense moments, I couldn't take it anymore. I've got to use the restroom and charge my phone. I'll be right back. No need to pause the movie for me. Justin nodded, before grinning up at me. His smile. Had his teeth always been that straight?
Okay, baby girl. Hurry back. I wouldn't want your spot to get cold.
I practically bolted up the stairs, locking myself in our room. I slumped against the door, trying to steady my palpitating heart.
What was going on? Was it just me, or was that some seriously freaky behavior? Either way, I needed a second to calm down. I had my eyes shut, focusing on my breathing when I heard it. My phone was buzzing from inside my pocket. I hurriedly retrieved it, glancing at the screen. Unknown number. I normally don't answer calls from strangers, but something compelled me. Maybe it was intuition, or perhaps I just wanted to talk to someone other than my husband. In the end, I accepted the call. Hello?
Lydia? Lydia Atkins?
Speaking.
Look, this is going to sound crazy, but I need you to hear what I have to say.
Okay. I suddenly jolted up from my spot on the floor and stared at the locked door separating me from the hallway. Loud knocks rattled in its frame.
Lydia, who are you speaking to?
Panic surged through me as I scrambled for an answer. It's my mum. Go back downstairs. I'll be there in a minute.
That was him, wasn't it?
The caller said. That was my husband, yes. Why do you ask? I whispered, putting as much distance between myself and the door as possible.
Lydia, I need you to hear me out. Can you promise me that you will?
The pounding on the opposite side of the room grew even louder.
Lydia, don't listen to her. She's a fucking liar.
My stomach began to twist itself into knots. How did he know? I'm listening. I'll hear what you have to say. The woman on the other end of the line breathed an audible sigh of relief.
Okay. My name is Adeline, and Justin and I have been seeing each other for about 9 months. That man in your house is not your husband.
My blood turned to ice, and I began to tremble. No, that couldn't be true. In a shaky voice, I asked the question that will haunt me until I die. How do I know you're telling the truth? There was a long pause, the bangs outside my door reaching a nauseating crescendo. When Adeline answered, I knew without a shadow of a doubt that I was in serious danger.
Lydia, for the past week, Justin has been living with me.
Adeline, if that's not my husband, then who is it? I tried to be calm, to think rationally, but Adeline must have picked up on the fear of my tone.
Look, I don't know, but try to get to the house if you can. I'm going to send you my address. I'll explain everything in person. I have to go. I'm sorry.
The line went dead. All the while, the hammering continued to escalate.
Lydia, unlock this fucking door. I swear, if I have to break this damn thing down, I will.
Those words sent a chill down my spine. Justin had only raised his voice at me a handful of times in the decade that I'd known him, and none of them were as threatening as that. I stood there, momentarily stunned. But a hard kick from the other side of the door was all I needed to spur me to move. I snatched my keys from the bedside table and raced to the window overlooking the front lawn. I hurriedly unlocked it and began to pull. Come on, you piece of shit. Open, I muttered, a massive surge of adrenaline aiding my efforts. With one final heave, the window gave way, and not a moment too soon. The door began to splinter and crack. A few more hearty blows, and it was done for. I didn't have any time to waste. I punched out the screen, watching it tumble onto the shingles below. I took a deep breath before hoisting myself onto the roof. I had one leg out the window when it happened. Whoever or whatever was pretending to be my husband finally managed to get inside. My eyes grew wide as he charged toward me.
"Lydia, don't do this. I can explain."
I didn't want to hear what he had to say. Maybe that was stupid of me. Maybe I should have stayed and talked things out. But in that moment, Adeline's words kept surfacing to the forefront of my mind. Now, I can only pray that I made the right choice. I pulled myself the remainder of the way out and slid down the roof, desperate to escape my pursuer. I yelped as I felt fingernails graze my arm. My heart jackhammered in my chest as I fell onto the grass. I scrambled to my feet, somehow unscathed aside from a few minor scratches, and bolted to my car. I flung open the door, threw myself inside, and jammed the keys into the ignition. Before I peeled out of the driveway, I briefly glanced up. Justin's lookalike was standing in the window, glowering at me. A devastating sense of dread consumed me as our eyes locked. That's what terrified me the most. His eyes. They were burning with rage, but something about them felt wrong. In fact, his entire face looked off, like he was trying to express an intense emotion, but he didn't quite know how. That instantly destroyed any qualms I had about leaving. I slammed the car into reverse and floored it. I briefly looked back as I sped away, and my stomach twisted itself into knots when I did. The window was empty. I was a wreck the whole way to Adeline's. An overwhelming flood of confusion, resentment, and fear swirled within me as the realization sank in. Justin really had cheated on me. And on top of that, he was leaving me for his mistress. It was all too much to process. I flew down the empty streets, tears trickling down my face. How did this happen? Why me? Why couldn't I have normal marital problems, like leaving the milk out or arguing over whose turn it was to do the dishes? I didn't ask for any of this. It wasn't fair. Fortunately, I didn't have much time to think about it. Thanks to my erratic driving, I made it to Adeline's place, if you could even call it that, in 10 minutes flat. I quickly parked beside the curb and stepped out. I gazed in bewilderment at the run-down shack as I made my way to the door. The house was tiny compared to ours. Faded yellow paint peeled off the exterior. The shutters clung on for dear life, and empty beer bottles littered the front lawn. I'd be lying if I said it didn't give me a little glint of satisfaction. I took a deep breath as I approached the door. Was I really going through with this? How did I know that Adeline was even telling the truth? Maybe I shouldn't have come. Before I had a chance to mull over any of those thoughts, the door swung open. A young woman, at least 5 years younger than me, stood in the doorway. As much as it pains me to admit it, she was beautiful. Long blonde hair flowed down to her waist, and ocean blue eyes stared into mine. She was a stark contrast to me in every way.
"Lydia? Come in.
Smack. I slapped Adeline hard across the face, leaving an angry red imprint on her cheek. Sorry. Knee-jerk reaction. She nodded, staring down at her feet. No,
I deserved that. Come in. We've got a lot to talk about.
I obliged, following her lead. The inside of the home wasn't much better than the outside. Empty takeout containers were strewn about the floor. The carpet was stained with God knows what, and the whole place smelled like cigarette smoke. It took everything in me to not throw up. Adeline rushed to the couch, brushing away some stale potato chips from one of the cushions.
Sorry about the mess. You can have a seat if you want.
One glance at the food-crusted sofa and I instantly knew my answer.
Thanks, but I think I'll stand. If you say so.
Adeline shrugged, claiming the spot for herself.
I guess I've got some explaining to do, huh?
You sure fucking do. Adeline again shifted her gaze to the floor, before meeting my stare.
Look, I'm really sorry about Justin. I'm not going to sit here and try to make up some half-assed excuse. I'm a terrible person.
I folded my arms across my chest. You're not wrong. Is he here right now? You're at fault too, but Justin's the one I'm really pissed at.
No, he's at the bar. He said he had some drinking to do. Lydia, I really am sorry. I can't quite make it up to you, but...
I held my hand up to stop her.
As much as I'd love to berate you and listen to you suck up to me the whole night, that's not why I've come. I've got bigger problems to worry about. How did you know about whatever took Justin's place?
Adeline bit her lip, twirling a few strands of hair between her fingers.
So, tonight, I went with Justin to get some of his things from Jarl's house. He said you usually took a bath around that time, so he was just going to get in and get out before you noticed. But that thing, whatever it is, it met him at the door before he could go inside. I saw them arguing. Then Justin walked back to the truck, pale as a ghost. He dropped me back off here without a single word. After I saw that, I knew I had to warn you. I made Justin give me your number, and I called you right when I got home.
I nodded, soaking in her revelation. That makes sense. I was wondering how you got my info, but I still have so many questions. What is this thing, and how did it manage to replace my husband? I mean, it's even got the same truck as he does. How is that possible?
Adeline pursed her lips. I don't know. I wish I had more answers for you. But, Lydia, you have to listen to me. Whatever we're dealing with, I don't think it has good intentions. Watch this. I'll prove to you that I'm telling the truth,
she said, pulling up a video on her phone. I leaned in to get a better look. The video was of Justin. He was standing on our front porch, talking to himself. I could tell right away that the one facing the camera was the fake. It was too perfect. All its features were too smooth. I couldn't believe I hadn't noticed it before. The longer I watched, the more uneasy I felt. As the conversation progressed, I could tell that the real Justin was getting heated. There was no audio, but I could see him getting visibly more angry, even with his back turned. Until it happened. The imposter's face began to twist and contort in unnatural ways. It was as if someone was molding clay with an invisible hand. And that's where the video ended. The sight of it disturbed me on a primal level. My stomach churned, and my head began to spin. I seriously thought I was going to be sick. That's why I had to tell you.
I couldn't just sit by and let that monster hurt.
A loud pounding against the front door cut Adeline off.
Lydia! Lydia! Are you in there? I just want to talk.
Adeline and I shared a terrified glance. This couldn't be happening. How had he tracked me down?
Follow me. I'll take you out the back. You're parked on the street, right?
Adeline whispered, leaping from the couch. Yeah, but how do I get around him? Won't he catch me if I make a break for it? Adeline met my gaze, a fiery determination gleaming in her eyes.
I'll distract him. It's the least I can do.
Good luck, she said, ushering me outside. The door clicked shut before I had a chance to thank her. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and without giving myself time to freak out, I raced to my car. I squeezed my keys with a vice grip as I ran, the world around me devolving into a blur of colors. I didn't even spare a glance at the front porch as I flew past. I was too focused on making it off of that property alive. I was mere inches from the safety of my car. I was so close. But then, I heard it.
Lydia, why are you running? Come on. Don't be like this.
I fumbled with the keys and scrambled to hop into my car. Justin 2.0 sprinted toward me at an inhuman speed. Behind him, the door to the house was hanging wide open, and Adeline was nowhere to be found. I hurriedly turned my attention back to the steering wheel. I slammed on the gas, my tears squealing as I sped away. I glanced in the rearview mirror, and my heart nearly stopped. The false Justin was standing beneath a street lamp. I don't know if it was my nerves, or maybe the poor lighting, but I could have sworn that when I looked back, he was smiling. And for a moment, I was sure that I saw blood dribbling down his chin. I hyperventilated, tears flooding down my cheeks as I sped away. Once I was satisfied with the amount of distance I'd put between myself and Justin's doppelganger, I rolled into a gas station and parked at one of the pumps. I felt so lost, so confused. What the hell had just happened? Why did this thing want to track me down so badly? And Adeline, what had he done to her? I wasn't sure I wanted the answer to that question. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my palpitating heart. It's going to be okay. Just calm down and come up with a game plan. It'll all be over soon, I muttered, staring reassuringly at myself in the rearview mirror. I didn't truly believe that, but I had to do something. I couldn't afford to keep crying my eyes out and waiting there like a sitting duck. I needed a plan, so I did the only thing I could think to do. I hopped out of my car and prepaid for gas. My head was on a swivel as I inserted the nozzle of the tank. The gas station was desolate, save for an older gentleman smoking a cigarette by the front door. My foot tapped against the concrete as the fuel gauge slowly ticked up. My heart pounded like a hackjammer the entire time, just waiting to see that familiar red truck pulling in beside me. But it never did. I breathed a sigh of relief, placing the fuel pump back into its compartment. I glanced back at the man by the door for a split second, before jumping back into the driver's seat. He was talking on the phone now, and he was grinning at me. I didn't want to wait to figure out what he was planning. I zipped down the road and onto the interstate. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew that I needed to get far away from my husband's look-alike. once I was on the open road and all the fear had begun to dissipate, it hit me. Everything. The cheating, the lies, the betrayal. All of it. It all crashed down on me like a tidal wave. What hurt the most was the false sense of security I was lulled into. I had let myself believe that Justin had changed, that he turned a new leaf with no provocation whatsoever. The thought that all the time, none of the love I'd been given was even real. It shattered my heart all over again. I'm not ashamed to admit that I cried. I sobbed uncontrollably as I continued down sparsely populated roads. I didn't want to be on the run from some unknown entity. I wanted to go back home and take a nice, warm bath. But I knew I couldn't do that. I had been driving for a little over 3.5 hours before I started to get low on fuel again. I pulled off on the nearest exit. By that time, the adrenaline had worn off, and I was starting to get tired. I soon found myself at a run-down Motel 6 in the middle of bumfuck Egypt. The red and blue sign flickered as I pulled into the parking lot, a great indicator of the quality of the room I'd be staying in. I took a deep breath and looked at myself in the mirror. "Come on, Lydia. You can do this," I murmured, stepping out of the car. My eyes darted from left to right as I made my way to check-in. My BMW looked so out of place beside all the rusted clunkers sprinkled throughout the lot. I picked up my pace, my heart rate spiking. A bell chimed as I opened the door to retrieve my key. A young man with black greasy hair sat behind the counter, reading a Playboy magazine. He didn't even look up as I approached. Hi. Can I get a room?" The boy lazily glanced up at me before releasing a sigh. "Sure. $50. I pursed my lips as I fished around in my wallet. $50 a night for this dump. What a rip-off. I slapped the cash onto the counter, thanking my lucky stars that I wouldn't have to risk getting my bank information stolen from their card reader. The boy, whose name tag read Stephen, handed me the key for room number 12 before pocketing the cash. "Thanks," I said, shooting him a glare as I snatched the keys. He gave me a slight nod before returning to his magazine. I nearly sprinted to room 12. I hurriedly jammed the key into the lock before shoving the door open. Right as I was closing it, something caught my eye. Headlights. I kept the door cracked just enough to see. Silly, right? Surely I was just being paranoid. There was no way that... It was him. Justin's truck cruised into the parking lot. It was unmistakable. The faded red paint, the dent on the driver's side door, the crack running down the entirety of the windshield. It was all there. I quietly locked myself in the room, my head spinning. How was this happening? I was so far from home. How had he found me again? The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. How stupid could I possibly be? The answer was so simple. I pulled out my phone, and there it was. Justin and I were sharing our locations. With everything that had happened, I hadn't even thought to turn it off. I knew it was too late, but I turned off location services anyway. I felt nauseous as I placed my phone back in my pocket. How accurate was that thing? Did the doppelganger know what room I was in? Morbid curiosity got the best of me. I had to know.
With a shaky hand, I brushed back the blinds to my window. The second I did, tears began to trickle down my cheeks, and my blood turned to ice. He was outside. Justin's impersonator was standing directly outside my window. His eyes were wide and manic. The grin he wore looked off, like it was too big for his face. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed with fear. The fake Justin walked up to the glass and paused for just a moment. The silence was so deafening that the only audible noise was the blood pumping in my ears. And then he moved. His tongue lolled out of his mouth, and he slapped it against the glass with a wet thump. He dragged it upward, those inhuman eyes never breaking contact with mine.
I found you. It's time to stop running and let me in.
His smile vanished as he gritted out those words. That was enough to snap me from my stupor. I let the blinds fall over the window and stumbled backward, nearly crashing into a table. That's where I am now, recording this at that table. I'm done for. It's only a matter of time before he breaks in. I phoned the front desk, but no one answered. I called the police too, but response times are slow this far out in the boonies. This will most likely be my final update. If the cops don't show up on time, I don't know what he'll do to me. My hands are trembling, and I can't stop them. He's trying to kick the door down, and I don't think it's going to hold. To anyone hearing this, please listen to me. If you notice a sudden change in a loved one's personality, don't brush it off, because it just might be this thing wearing their face.